Peggy 18. when it comes to our rights, Alex Scarlatos just isn't right for us.
Scarlatos called for overturning Roe v. Wade.
And then supported the Supreme Court decision, hurting women across the country.
Scarlatos supported defunding Planned Parenthood.
Gutting essential health care.
He supports.
I don't want to hear none of that shit. Alright. We're moving in. We're getting started. Alright. Oh. I got the fan on me, so that's not good. Let me turn that real quick. That way it's not all sounding like shit. Alright. Let's continue. What's next on the list of things to do?
Please select a mission.
Boss, the client this time is a child. One of the children you rescued from that mine. He wants us to save the boy who was their leader. His name is Shabani, and he was the oldest among them. Several days before you went to the mine, he was taken away to Nzoia Badia Bulu. Our search turned up a place the locals call by that name. Ngumba Industrial Zone. Nearby residents are terrified of it. They say the devil lives there, and that anyone who sets foot in it never returns. This industrial zone has long been abandoned, but it seems it was sold off a few years back to a certain corporation, Saner. And now the perimeter is tightly guarded by a PF. The reason is unclear. The same goes for why Shabani was taken away. But something is obviously going on there. Those kids from the mine really looked up to Shabani. The client has given us the last of their diamonds in return. Go get Shabani out of there, boss. Whatever Cypher's up to in the region, Shabani might just be our best lead.
Mission accepted. Heading to Central Africa.
I'ma shred MCs, like some cheddar cheese. Higher grade versions of your current equipment, weapons, items exist. Would you like to equip them now? Yes. Select primary weapon. Oh god. Let's see, secondary. Secondary's all good. Whoa, okay, I got a lot of stuff here. I think it's fine. Let's see what... Okay, that's everything. Now, should I use quiet or should I use the dog? D-dog. D-dog can sniff out the enemies and, like, show you where they are. Quiet, like, snipes the enemies from a distance. Once you tell her to. Yeah, okay. Okay. Quiet. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I like it. Select buddy, commence mission.
Deploying.
Deploy. You can also replenish your ammo from dropped enemy weapons. Touch a dropped weapon of the same category as yours to take its ammo.
The target is Shabani. He was the leader of the boys being forced to work at the mine. He was separated from the others and taken away to Ngumba Industrial Zone. The locals call this place Nzoia Badia Bulu, the Devil's House. Boss,
Devil's
find
House.
Shabani and extract him safely. You can check the target's location on your iDroid.
We're going to the Devil's House. The devil went down to his house and was looking for souls. So I jumped out of a helicopter. Landed on my feet. And then after that, my feet I couldn't feel. Oh shit.
Be careful
It
down there,
hurt
boss.
if I jumped out that far. Alright. The only problem without not having the horse is just you get around a lot slower. And I need to go through here.
Marker placed.
You have to go on foot. Because you can either, well, even with the dog, you have to go on foot still. Because you can't have two of them. You can't have the horse and quiet, or you can't have the dog and quiet, or you can't have the dog and the horse, or quiet and the horse. What, babe? Yeah, I don't know why.
Enemy presence detected.
I guess
Map
it's a
has been updated.
gameplay balance thing. It's not that bad, it's just, it'd be cool if you could use them both. Probably make it too easy though, I guess. I don't know, well, it didn't seem like it.
An outpost in a sunken road. Minoko Yanyoka, the snake's mouth. I get it. Looks like that's the only way to the objective area.
Minyoka Langyoka.
Analysis complete. Enemy
Alright.
presence detected. The map has been updated. Analysis complete.
Am I gonna want to go down there and take those containers? Probably. If I have the Fulton capable of it. Oh, it is.
Filled with raw materials.
I just need
Looks
to.
like they're using those colored bands on the outside to
Hey,
tell the
brother.
contents apart. Whatever's in them, they'll come in handy somehow for diamond dogs.
Oh shit, I missed him. 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 Okay, I hit him. That sucked. Alright. No. No! Get over here. I accidentally held R1 instead of R2. Talk.
Where are your friends?
The map has been updated.
God damn it. I want these. We're just gonna fucking cause havoc throughout this whole mission now. I don't even care. I'm not gonna sneak. I'm gonna beat the shit out of everybody. Let's do it. I don't even care. Sneaking is fun, but sometimes you just gotta let loose. Let loosey-goosey. Goal is to get the floozy inside the jacuzzi. Can have the loosey-goosey. And doozy inside the woozy. Oh, they're shooting at me. Oh, that didn't work. Quiet's taking them out. Come on, it's wartime, people. Oh. Man. Maybe Quiet was the right decision. She makes it real easy. She's shooting them all in the head. Yeah, you hear that? That's another one. Jeez. I'm just grabbing stuff. Let her do her thing.
Outpost captured.
Everybody's dead. Outpost captured. Cool. Yeah, Quiet works really well. Better than the dog. The dog can't kill anybody really unless you sick him on them. One at a time. What am I looking for? More containers.
You have arrived at your destination.
Okay, I gotta destroy this thing.
You destroyed their anti-air radar? It wasn't one of the targets, but that's put a hole in their air surveillance. The chopper will be able to get in close now. You can designate a landing zone near the outpost. Quiet. You captured an enemy vehicle. Just like weapons and items, you can use your iDroid to have vehicles you've extracted airdropped in.
Market
You can also let members of the combat unit use them on dispatch missions.
What's over here?
extraction arrived at Mother Base.
It's like a building. There's a couple things in it. Alright.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
That's better than nothing. Follow the road. See where we're going. Oh boy.
Analysis complete. Analysis complete. Analysis complete. Analysis complete. Analysis complete.
I know I said I was gonna fuck shit up, but I'm kinda sneaking in right here. I should just waltz in like I own the
Enemy
goddamn
presence
place.
detected. The map has been updated.
Where are all these guys going anyway?
You have arrived at your destination.
Oh, this is the goodness. This is the good stuff.
So, hoe was Shinkolobwe? Al wat ek gehoor het is hulle het 'n ou geslote myn weer
Caution,
oopgemaak.
rain
Dat is lekker maklike
approaching.
opdrag. Dit is alles goedgekeur deur die regering. Locals doen al die werk. Maar die ding is,
Let's just
al wat
listen
moet
in.
begin is veel melkkai.
Ek het gedog die gebied rondom Katanga was Afrika se groot koperbelt.
Jy meen Belgiese koöperatiewe mynbou het hou vas op steek.
Ja, maar selfs nadat dit genasionaliseer is, gaan die meeste van die wins na Mobutu se.
Okay, I think the perfect opportunity for a grenade.
So die opbrengste daal.
Now that I think
Die
about it.
mynregte word uiteindelik stuk vir stuk verkoop.
Vat die hel man. Teken meer werk vir ons.
Net die ding.
I kill myself. Hey, what happened, dudes? Uh-oh. Come on, brother. Skeet. Skeet. Oh, there's two of them. Haha, thanks, Quiet. You'll be alright, buddy. Daddy's got you. Daddy's got you.
Guard post captured.
I'm surprised the radio wasn't like, come in, respond. You know, usually they do that if the guy starts to talk but then gets cut off.
Complete.
Oh, but the thing is I took out the communications, I think. If I remember. And we totally cleared out the other base, so. Oh wait. There's a intel in here. This should help on my voyage.
Intel file obtained.
Picked up an intel file, huh? Looks like a map to the objective area. It's on your iDroid.
The map has been updated. Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
So I gotta go this way. Follow this road. It's kind of a ways around. Oh, I'm still going the right way. Oh yeah. I'm just taking sort of a detour.
They even got a guard post there.
Detected.
Security sure is tight.
Analysis complete.
I guess they don't want anyone poking around.
Poking around. Come on, dude. Come on, brother. I can't get up there, can I? There we go. I need to take some guys back with me, so I'm gonna put these ones to sleep. Oh, he's already tagged. What am I doing? Cacala Franca. Get all that.
You gonna extract him? Subject on board. Missed. Supposedly the valley up ahead is covered in mist almost year-round. The objective area is beyond there.
Bridge is out.
The bridge has collapsed. Looks like you'll have to go down through the valley.
Extraction arrived at
We're
Mother
going down
Base.
through the valley. Ain't no valley high enough. However that song goes.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Ain't no mountain. Ooh, I see a lot of tasties over there. Ooh, what the fuck? You little fucker. That scared me, man. Who's shooting?
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Too. Roger that.
Speak. Where are your friends?
The map has been updated.
See a diamond. You dog. Where's that diamond? It's over here. Oh man. What's up here? Nothing. You don't see shit, dude.
Guard post captured.
There's a cliff blocking the way to the objective area. You'll have to take the path.
Please select a drop point. Supplies requested.
Then one day he goes and kills us all. He couldn't even be original about the way he did it.
Supply drop complete.
I was dying of boredom anyway. But guess what? I will be coming back. I'm bringing my new toy with me. Dad was such a drag. Every day he was the same. Dressed the same. Didn't burn his
There's a lot of erosion in that tunnel. Could come down any minute. Watch your step.
You have arrived at your destination.
You've reached the objective. objective area. Now look for the target. I just hope he's alive.
Gotta look for the target and hope he's alive. 'Cause if he's not, then we will probably die. He's got a bloody backpack. We're going in here. Oh, that's lovely. Oh, what the fuck? Did you see that body bag move? This one moved. It like sat up and really quick and fell back down real quick.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
What is that? Boss, here's Shabani.
This is fucked up. You remember this part, babe? Do you remember this part? Oh.
Shabani, your boy sent me. En je må signet og bannetod. Nå går i brek i bunn. Burn with the rest of them.
Because of that.
Get the fuck out of there!
Get the fuck out of there.
Support helicopter requested.
What the hell is that? Run, boss. It's him again. You can't let him catch you, boss. Get out of there. Boss, I'll have the chopper touch down past the tunnel. Get over there now.
Fire, yo. Oh shit.
Cover, boss. He spotted you. He's coming.
What just happened? Get the fuck out of there, man. Okay. Here's how we do it. Goes like this. I just want to walk closer. Hey, what's up, brother? It worked. I just need to cool off.
Quick,
I'm
now's
on
the time
fire.
to get on the chopper.
Okay.
This is
Yeah, it worked.
B-Squad. Have arrived at
He flew
LZ.
into.
We'll stand by.
Yeah, he flew into the puddle.
Support helicopter has arrived.
Either that, if that doesn't work, then you come down here and you fight him. And you have to shoot these tanks when he's next to them. Oh man, what's up with the frame rate slowed down for a second. Must be because of all this fire everywhere.
Exfiltrated.
Right, you're out of the hot zone. No enemy forces in pursuit. Mission complete.
No enemy forces in pursuit.
Development
Mission.
project has been added.
Mission complete. I say it again.
Mission complete, boss. Skullface. So he was in Africa after all. Working behind the scenes, even that man on fire at his beck and call. But what the hell was going on at the Devil's house? Earphones embedded in people's throats, tapes playing voices. And those lumps on their chests. They look like the ones on the bodies at the oil field. The man on fire burned everything to the ground. But we were recording audio the whole time you were there. We'll conduct a thorough analysis of it.
Elite soldiers. Let's see. How you doing, babe? That's good. Let's see. Oh, more cutscenes. cool. Okay.
Boss, word has it that a Western arms dealer
Sad,
is going to be
but
inspecting a CFA outpost. It appears he's involved with nuclear weapons development in the area. My hunch is that this guy is somehow connected to Cypher. I've got no proof, but we know Skullface is working through PFs in the region. Anyway, it just so happens a job connected to this inspection has come in. Take a look at your iDroid.
alright, he wants me to look at my iDroid, but I need to take a shower first. Oh, sorry, buddy. Yeah, shower, then we'll look at the iDroid. It sucks what happened to that kid's friend, you know? Like, fucking... let's see here. Shabani. Yeah, that's his name. I got some cassette tapes to look at. I don't think I want to listen to them right now, though. It's just 2 of them. I'll wait till later. Let's call the helicopter.
Please landing zone confirmed.
Roger.
Let's get to the next mission.
Combat support, boss.
This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ.
How about expanding the base, huh, boss?
I can't salute back. Yeah, I'll expand the base.
This is B-Quad. On station at LZ.
It won't let me, brother. Sorry. And we're off.
Gaining altitude.
What's next?
Mission list updated.
Let me grab my rewards here real quick. I'll just take it all. I also might want to look and see if there's anything I want to develop in weapons.
Please specify
Just
project.
as quick as I can. Yeah, there's nothing there. No. This looks kind of cool, this stealth camo, but it'll make things too easy, I think. I'll grab this. Pentazemin. And I'll grab this. Let's see. Yeah, that's all we need. We're going to combat deployment real quick.
Please select a mission. Unit dispatched.
Get some more resources.
Unit dispatched. Please select a mission.
The contract is to eliminate a high-ranking CFA officer. CFA doesn't just hire United soldiers as mercenaries. They're also supplying United with weapons. It just smacks of Western nations manipulating them against the socialist MPLA. Naturally, the MPLA is not happy with the situation and wants us to put a stop to it. Your standard issue East-West proxy war. Except it appears our target is the man in charge of how many weapons get supplied to UNITA. Apparently his MO is to keep the Civil War going as long as possible, so CFA can keep making a profit. Bad for business if UNITA wins too soon. So they sit back and suck the people dry. Parasites of war. Our intel suggests the target rarely ventures outside of Nova Braga Airport. But rumor has it that a Western arms dealer is headed there soon for an inspection. That could be your chance to eliminate the target from a distance. We also heard that he plans to leave the country following the inspection. This may be our only opportunity to take him out.
Elimination.
Mission accepted. Heading to Central Africa.
Higher grade versions of your current equipment and weapons and items exist. Yeah. Select. That's good. That's good. That's all good. Here we go. Try that out for you. It'll put them to sleep rather than kill them. No, this one's better. I think. Let me look again. Maybe this one is. Let's try it. And
Deploying.
I gotta remember to use my decoys more.
Eliminate the high-ranking CFA official in charge of supplying weapons to United. The target stays at Nova Braga Airport. Head to the airport first.
Okie dokie. Just jump out, Snake. Be alright.
Be careful down there, boss.
Enemy presence.
Boss, we have an emergency. Mother Base is under attack. The enemy is over on one of our platforms, and they're holding some of our staff hostage. If we don't do something, they'll try to take off with our men. That would mean losing some of our finest manpower. Boss, take back that platform. This is a race against time. For all of us. Get on this mission right away, boss. Great, you made it. I've sent the information to your map screen. That's the target's predicted location. Check all around the target.
Alright. I guess we're doing another mission.
Deploying.
Episode 22. Retake the platform.
Infiltrate the platform under enemy control and eliminate their commander. The moment they lose their chain of command, we'll move in and suppress the rest. The enemy have taken some of our staff hostage and are threatening to kill them if they're attacked. You can't rely on support from us this time. Anything we do might be seen as an attack. Boss, forgive me. Can't believe I let an enemy force in right under my nose. But one thing's for sure. They're gonna pay for it. Make certain of that, boss.
I shall make certain of it. Eliminate the commander. That ocean looks real nice.
The map has been updated.
I want to go swimming in it. Oh man.
Be careful down there, boss.
how I know that I'm in the studio with the dog in California, 'cause my homie from Long Beach always got that bomb weed. I feel the calm breeze every time I palm trees, just like that blonde bleach. I've been platinum, then so did my album. Comments turning me into a zombie. Cause these buds are like the Hulk, the twice the size of a zombie. That is some strong green. Gotta contact, my contact lenses are foggy. I might end up in Walgreens pharmacy with my arm asleep. Gone off Linux with Dramamine, I will Tripolidine. Oh man, I gotta get way up there. And they're all looking at me. They're looking at me with suspicion. It's not nice. Oh. Hey, partner.
You've arrived at your destination.
Whoa. That was weird. Where the hell am I? Where the hell am I supposed to go? I don't really motherfucking know. Oh shit. Shit. Come on, rest up, buddy. Breathe it all in. Breathe it all in.
There he is. That guy's the target.
Let's see if we can keep him alive.
Extraction failed.
Damn.
Target is no longer a threat. Boss, you just saved Diamond Dogs from a major crisis. Leave the rest to us.
Fucking slaughterhouse.
hostile force. We have eliminated your commander. Escape is impossible. Lay down your weapons immediately.
That was sloppy
Surrender
though.
now. You will not be fired upon.
It was sloppy. Sloppy Joes.
Development project has been added.
Mission complete, boss. I know you're an expert when it comes to solo infiltrations, but now you have buddies who will fight alongside you. Use your iDroid to deploy them whenever you like. The role of your buddies is to support you during missions. There's more than one way for them to do that. To get the most out of a buddy's abilities, you need to give the right order for the situation.
Alright, we're gonna have a commercial break. And I'm gonna find something to munch on. I think that's what's gonna happen here. If I can get it all figured out. Whoops, wait. Should pause it first. And then we go here.
Peggy 18.
Good.
when it comes to our rights, Alex Scarlatos just isn't right for us.
Scarlatos called for overturning Roe v. Wade.
And then supported the Supreme Court decision, hurting women across the country.
Scarlatos supported defunding Planned Parenthood.
Gutting essential health care.
He supports letting states threaten healthcare providers with fines and jail time.
And ban abortion before women may know they're pregnant.
Alex Scarlatos isn't right for us.
DCCC is responsible for the content of this advertising.
If you're an Oregon homeowner, 2022 is your last chance to go solar. In December of 2020, Congress passed an extension to the solar investment credit, which pays homeowners an average of $9,880 to install solar panels. See how much you can be paid for going solar by taking the Go Solar quiz below. Time for a secret. Solar investment credit is the reason so many of your neighbors have gone solar, and it expires this year. Not all homes qualify, so click on the link below to take the 27-second solar quiz. This quiz will verify if your home is eligible. In addition to the solar investment credit, the state also offers tax breaks for installing solar. Because the government and your utility company both offer different green energy incentives, it's almost impossible to understand which ones are applicable to you. Click the link below to take the 27-second solar quiz and find out exactly what's available at your home.
Metal Gear Solid 5: The Phantom Pain is both a giant mess and the best game I've currently ever played. Here's why. If Ground Zeroes managed to shake up both the controls and game model of Metal Gear Solid for the absolute best, then Phantom Pain manages to build off of that and somehow create an even better gameplay experience. MGS5 takes everything that worked about Ground Zeroes' controls and improves on them in just about every way. The delay in your swan dive is gone, allowing you to go from flat on your back to shooting in the blink of an eye. CQC has been made infinitely better with the inclusion of sweep kicks, karate chops, and running punches, so there's this new degree of flow and immediacy that lets you go from running to decking fools like Captain Motherfucking Falcon. Guns have the right amount of kick to them, and first-person view aim has just enough tightness to keep it from feeling too loose as it did with Ground Zeroes. Rolling around now has immediacy to it. Once again, you can knock to distract or lure guards over, stuff bodies in hiding spots again, and Snake himself can be upgraded to run like a maniac with much faster reload speeds. You also have a prone button now to let you listen into your surroundings, so given the fact that sonar exists, this was kind of a useless feature. Less useless, however, is the way you can swap guns mid-aim as you're still shooting with just hitting square. MGS5 might not subscribe to old-school shooter mechanics, but these little touches go a long way to keep momentum going in a gunfight, as does the ease in which you can just snatch weapons from bad guys or use environmental weaponry on a whim. MGS5 plays better than not only any MGS game before it, but just about any single stealth action third-person shooter I have ever played. Everything feels tight and precise with zero delays between inputs. Any given situation can change on a dime, but you always have the means and the tools to get out of a tight jam and feel like a true one-man army. This is the first time an MGS game lets you truly feel as badass as the character you're actually playing as. And just like with the controllers, the guards have been adjusted for the absolute best as well. Now if they catch a glimpse of you, they're much more likely to investigate as the game goes on. Unlike in Ground Zeroes, they possess a much wider variety of weapons and gear as well. There's a larger variety of enemy types in general, each with multiple methods to take them down. They can also call in for helicopter reinforcements if you're really kicking their asses. Best yet is their adaptive nature. To a certain extent, guards are adjusted depending on your most preferred playstyles. Land enough headshots and guards start wearing bulletproof helmets. Lean on smoke or gas grenades and guards start wearing gas masks. Use one path to a point of interest enough times and claymores start lying in wait. I mean, there was room to do way more than this, but given the structure of each area, things like cameras, walker gears, and tanks probably wouldn't work for every outpost. It doesn't go far enough, but it's still a welcome inclusion to the emergent game design of MGS5. It does just enough to ensure that you can't only lean on your tranquilized sniper rifle, during missions at least. I mean, the enemies aren't genius level AI, they can still be cheesed pretty easily, and they do have offensive caps, whereas the player has none. It isn't too hard to break the AI from time to time, often with pretty hilarious results, but it all works to keep the experience both engaging and exciting, with just the right amount of challenge to keep things interesting. When played on a minimalist level with no reflex mode, Phantom Pain could be a nail-bitingly tense stealth game. One fuck-up is all it takes to set an entire outpost on alert, but the controls are just so tight in their design and the window of grace with alerts is just wide enough that you do still have a chance to get yourself out of a tight jam before they even start, and that feeling of getting out of tight spots is always exhilarating. Of course, if you don't go minimalist, then you have about 1 trillion different weapons and gadgets you can use to pull off missions however the hell you want. You can clear out entire outposts without stepping foot inside, and the tools provided make doing so fun as all hell. Just like the Mark II of MGS4, why the hell am I going to use a trank gun when Rocket Punch is so much more fun to use for the same result? And a big part of emergent gameplay working so well is being just as smooth in the action department as it is in stealth. Now when it comes to action, Metal Gear has always been hit or miss. Phantom Pain takes the MGS3 approach to alert phases, in that guards have limited reinforcements, so if you really want, you can wipe out an entire outpost and have that be a perfectly practical approach to gameplay. It won't feel like it drags on since guards in Phantom Pain have a much wider variety of weapons than Ground Zeroes, so the action becomes incredibly fast-paced with enemies that pose a threat in battle yet aren't bullet sponges or annoyingly overpowered. They hit that perfect sweet spot between being challenging enough where I feel like I'm in danger of dying, but still confident that I'll kick everyone's asses and usually do. And a huge part of what makes gunplay so damn fun in MGS5 is momentum. In contrast to every other MGS game, in Phantom Pain you move like the goddamn Roadrunner. I always just naturally went from shooting, running, diving, falcon punching, and grappling all in the span of seconds. Action keeps you moving in ways most third-person shooters simply don't, besides Vanquish. And that right there is the best thing about MGS5. Fuck-ups don't feel like fuck-ups. Both the stealth and action are so much fun that getting caught doesn't feel like punishment. Instead, it feels like one experience organically bleeding into another, and the end result creates consistently new and exciting experiences. It's a big part of why I can replay the same mission again and again, yet have a different experience each time. If things go wrong, I'm not compelled to just restart the mission. I say fuck it, run with the screw up, things still work out, and I still end up having a great time. That's largely thanks to the missions themselves. Like I said with my Ground Zeroes review, I adore MGS5's gameplay loop. Like Ground Zeroes introduced, the core mission types of Phantom Pain are rescue missions, elimination missions, demolition missions, and retrieval missions. You also have miscellaneous missions, only instead of novelty gimmicks that lose all replay value after the first 2 playthroughs, you got more conventional missions. You have the classic reach the goal missions, where like in the old MGS games, all you're really doing is reaching a checkpoint. There's also boss missions, a single tower defense mission, and a make yourself depressed mission. And I can honestly say that these are the most enjoyable missions of any video game I've currently ever played. In fact, while the pacing isn't the best, more on that later, this is the most enjoyable video game campaign I've ever experienced, period. There's no beating having all of your missions immediately accessible as opposed to a singular linear journey. I wouldn't mind the linear approach so much if it weren't for the fact that there's always sizable chunks of any MGS campaign that I just flat out hate. Like minus Raven and Rex, I don't like any of MGS1's campaign after Mantis dies. MGS2 is consistently good, but the set pieces are all tedious. MGS3 grinds to a halt with the caves, the underground tunnels with no guards, that terrible jeep chase that drags on for way too long, and that fucking escort mission. And MGS4 just flat out stops being fun 2 acts in. Peace Walker got it right by sectioning off the entire campaign piece by piece. With immediate accessibility to replayable missions, you can pick and choose the chunks of campaign you enjoyed the most and skip the parts you hated. Only unlike Peace Walker, which grinds to a halt whenever a boss fight is introduced, there's almost no part of MGS5 that ever feels painful to play. But when it comes to its 39 missions, I love the hell out of 30 of them and can tolerate most of the others just fine. Meaning I have immediate access to 30 missions I really dig that I can replay again and again and never get bored of. And that's because the mission types of Phantom Pain are perfect for objective-based Metal Gear games. I've heard MGS5 called repetitive time and time again because there's so few mission types across such a long game. But here's the thing, what many call repetition is just consistent game design. It's better to do a few things really well than do a bunch of things half-ass. MGS has always been at its absolute best when it's a core stealth action gameplay taking the focus, not when you constantly disrupt that so you can do tedious bullshit. So a game just foregoing set pieces and gimmicks in favor of just sticking to a consistent design is a goddamn godsend, because it means the vast majority of MGS5's missions stick exclusively to stealth action. More importantly, the objectives, while lacking in variety, are the kinds of objectives best suited for open-ended missions that give you the freedom to undertake them however you wish. The elimination missions in particular rank among my favorites in the genre. They're basically Metal Gear meets Hitman missions. You can take out targets any number of ways, courtesy of your playstyle, loadout, and the opportunities that the scripted sequences of each mission present you. You have an open-ended environment to carry out your objective, and unlike Hitman, missions don't take over a goddamn hour to finish and spiral into a clusterfuck NATO anytime you make one itty-bitty mistake. And the game also does a really good job of mixing multiple objective types into a singular mission. One retrieval mission can have an entirely optional and open-ended rescue mission beforehand, and concludes with a boss fight. Another retrieval mission can have an entirely optional elimination mission, where there's a target to neutralize in an open environment. Like, I keep going over all the other potential mission types MGS5 could have had, but then the question becomes, are they fun? Do they possess anywhere near as much open-endedness, or is this another GTA 5, where every mission becomes about following a linear line chart? I say this because my absolute least favorite mission in the entire game is the Awakening / The Truth, the very first and very final mission of MGS5 The Phantom Pain, one that many people seem to love almost exclusively for the cutscenes and nothing else. This whole thing is an incredibly scripted linear sequence where any deviation from the script resulted in death. It was entirely unrepresentative of the larger game, and frankly, it was fucking boring. The Awakening is over an hour long, but only 70 minutes of that is actual gameplay, and only 2 rooms of that is genuine gameplay. What's fun about railroad linearity when you have next to no control? The rest is exposition and pointlessly overblown cutscenes that probably would have been way more fun played instead of watched. Awakening is everything wrong with MGS wrapped into a singular mission. And if that's what people wanted to see more of with MGS5, I will happily take boring, repetitive, consistent stealth action goodness over this bullshit any day. Another case I've heard is that missions should be more elaborate, like merging a couple of smaller missions into a singular mega mission. Only that kind of kills the other big thing that Phantom Pain has going for it: immediacy. Not a single mission ever feels like a commitment. You can jump in, play it however you want, then jump out, rinse and repeat. The fact that most missions can be cleared in minutes only encourages that fuck it mentality MGS5 thrives on. When missions are so short, I'm not compelled to start over if things go sideways. I'm more compelled to just say fuck it, roll with whatever happened, or just go bananas with experimentation. Because I know with how short a mission is, I can always jump back into it later and play it as originally intended. MGS5's 2 sandboxes are littered with over a dozen outposts each. Almost every outpost is infinitely smaller in scale than Camp Omega, but each one still incorporates its basic design philosophy, which works in favor of MGS5's missions being smaller in scale and thus granting more immediacy. You got tons of ways in and out, multiple routes to any point of interest during a mission, plenty of structural and environmental cover, perfect for bypassing guards or being used for cover during a shootout, secret paths to objectives, and like Ground Zeroes, there's a ton of environmental advantages in a skirmish. Only now you have more turret guns, mortars, and flares to be mindful of. And since each outpost is smaller, you tend to actually end up with a higher concentration of guards present in any one area than in Ground Zeroes. I go so far as to say that MGS5 has hands down the best level design of any MGS game to date. And while you ultimately only have 6 or so mission types spread across 39 missions, most missions take place within structurally unique settings with a wider variety of enemies to be mindful of. More to the point, no 2 missions are ever the same. Assassinating 3 commanders en route to a meeting area, for example, isn't the same experience as trying to kill a commander in the middle of giving a tour. The situations always differ along with the settings, as well as the methods you have to pull off any one objective. And just like with Ground Zeroes, missions also have a wide variety of alternative scenarios to roll with just in case things don't go as planned. Get caught at any point during Red Brass, and the commanders all run off to their separate outposts, requiring you to take each one down individually on their home turf. Screw up when tailing the Major's number 2, and instead of waiting around for his meeting, the Major will try and get away in a chopper, requiring you to take his chopper down before he can escape. Don't kill the column commander while en route to his destination, and then you have to take him and his takes down when they're all in the middle of a heavily guarded outpost. If you can't find that CIA dude before the Walker Gears get to him, then what you have to do is break him out of the quarantine zone before a secret XOF assassin can get to him. If you don't eliminate all of the skulls, or if you sneak past them, then once you find Code Talker, instead of dealing with ZRS, a tank, and an attack chopper, you're instead surrounded by an entire field of non-zombies and still have the skulls to deal with.
I do 30-second exposure, and that's important just because the longer that exposure, the more stars you're going to see.
All of this culminates in missions that can play out dozens of different ways, stretching well beyond sneaky or shooty the way most play-it-your-way games tend to be. Any given problem during a mission has any number of practical and creative solutions. For example, by pure accident, I called in D-Horse in the middle of that fucking escort sequence when I was trying to get a supply drop instead. But lo and behold, it ended up going in my favor, because now I could just put that little fucker I had to run back and forth to carry on D-Horse's back and have the horse carry him off for me with a mere whistle. MGS5 is one of the only games I can honestly say that play-it-your-way mentality tagline actually feels earned. And almost every single one of these missions, however you choose to play, will be a ton of fun, because each and every mission is designed to play out however you want it to play out. If you're the hardcore Zero Trace type, almost every mission makes that viable. If you want loud and bombastic, every mission will give you all the cover and heavy ordnance you want. If you want goofy fun, slow-paced and methodical, or just want to blaze through a mission, MGS5 has your back. And that's what keeps these missions from getting boring. Almost any one mission can play out any number of ways depending on how you want it to play out, depending on what you prefer in that given moment. And on top of all of that, you got the buddy system. MGS5 has 4 unique buddies you can bring with you during any mission. D-Horse, the most trusty steed in all of gaming, who acts as a great mode of transportation, a fun distraction, and manages to actually make diarrhea just another tool in tactical espionage. D-Dog, an excellent scout, a handy partner for incapacitating or distracting guards, and the best boy. D-Walker, Metal Gear's answer to Johnny 5 is Alive, which acts as a fun mode of Tokyo Drift-style transportation with tons of customizable parts to give all sorts of varied attacks to complement your own. D-Walker's entirely superfluous, and yet it still manages to surpass something like, say, Arkham Knight's Batmobile in almost every way, especially combat. And unlike the Arkham Knight's Batmobile, the game isn't built around this feature. Then finally you have Quiet, an XOF assassin / proto-skull / love interest / Kojimbob's fetish, who also happens to be a crackshot sniper. She's a great scout, really reliable in a combat situation, and in a few instances she can straight up do your job for you. Buddies all work wonders to enhance and complement the gameplay experience, acting as any sort of buffer you desire. Now in truth, I only ever really use D-Horse and D-Walker. Quiet and D-Dog are great for those who want them, but personally I prefer going in alone and mainly using my buddies as transportation or for vehicular battles. But that's what's so great. Buddies are there for anyone who wants them, but doesn't impede the experience for anyone who doesn't. And of course, what's a Metal Gear game without an irresponsible amount of guns and gadgets to take advantage of? There's a proverbial fuck ton of weapons to develop for any category. Most of these weapons are entirely superfluous, but unlike other games, even the guns you know you'll never use still serve a practical function. Each gun developed comes with a series of parts for you to mix and match and create your own Franken-weapons. On top of everything else this game already does to give you the experience you want out of any one mission, you can also take various parts of any weapons you develop to forge weapons tailor-made for your specific needs. For example, my favorite weapon is a sniper rifle I fitted with a mobile stock, so it's good on the move, an assault rifle's clip so it has over 200 bullets instead of just 50, and a shotgun attachment, so whenever I'm on the move it becomes an instant kill shotgun. Everything from your loadout to time of day is at your fingertips at the start of each mission, and each one can change the feel of any one mission dramatically in all the right ways, because they all open up a whole slew of different opportunities. In short, the Phantom Pain's gameplay is what everybody wins looks like, far as I'm concerned, because it's all a matter of choice. If you find one method doesn't do it for you, play it in a way you prefer to play. With a game designed so meticulously to accommodate literally any one playstyle, obviously there's going to be some room to cheese. But far as I'm concerned, better a game be focused more on being really fun instead of just being really hard. Because fuck about fun and frustratingly having to redo one sequence over and over don't go hand in hand. The more I look at it, the more I think Phantom Pain can be described as Peace Walker done right in a lot of ways. It's the same design philosophy, only the missions are infinitely better, as is the core gameplay, control scheme, enemy AI, and especially the boss fights, more on that later. Like Peace Walker, a big part of the game is expanding Mother Base, a feature I was completely indifferent towards in Peace Walker, and indifferent towards here. Only this time, it's a much more passive system. For example, even if you don't Fulton anyone, the game still constantly rewards you with tons of volunteer soldiers. And as you get into the later missions and the better you do with those missions' endgame ratings, the better staff you unlock. And unlike Peace Walker, Phantom Pain automatically sorts staff members into their most well-suited departments. The end result leaves you with tons of support options, stronger odds for Fultons, better intel, access to better gear, the works. And even if you've developed every single weapon, both support and deployment all use GMP. So your currency never becomes worthless the way it does with a lot of other games. Which is why it's such a shame that for all of its functional glory, Mother Base itself is such a lifeless bundle of nothing. I've always said that if you're going to have a base building feature, make it interesting. Having fun activities at the base, ways to interact with your staff, especially Ocelot, Kaz, Quiet, and Code Talker. Just something that gives you incentive to revisit every once in a while. Because at Mother Base, all you can do is wander out a big empty oil rig, torment your staff into giving up their blood diamonds, do the same boring target practice over and over, fuck the R&D platform, and occasionally overhear conversations from your staff. So like Peace Walker, Mother Base is a feature I'm indifferent towards. Unlike Peace Walker, it didn't actively detract from the moment-to-moment gameplay, since it's all passive and automated. It's just not a feature I think needs to come back for any more Metal Gear games, assuming there are any more left. Also like Ground Zeroes is the side content outside of main missions. So in Phantom Pain's case, you have side ops. Side ops in MGS5 like Ground Zeroes, Peace Walker, and MGS2 basically take the pre-existing locations of the main game and give you smaller micro missions to undertake. Rescuing POWs, capturing elite soldiers and bears, eliminating tank units, heavy infantries, and puppet soldiers, resource scattering, mine disposal, in between, story-related side ops that for whatever reason you can't replay. I said in my Ground Zeroes review that I'm all for a video game getting the most mileage out of its levels. The problem with Ground Zeroes, however, was that expertly designed as Camp Omega was, it was one location, rinsed and repeated 7 times over and over. So Ground Zeroes lacked necessary core content, and throwing in side ops that all played far too similarly to one another did not help. Fortunately, MGS5 doesn't have that problem. There are dozens of outposts and stretches of open world terrain, all used to house these various missions. meaning every single key area of interest, like Ground Zeroes, houses several shorter burst missions, just without the flavor text. Now, there's a lot of contention on the subject of side ops. The 100% completionists all complain that there are way too many. Others have noted that they lack the creativity of Peace Walker's extra ops, and I really don't disagree with the latter on that one. Compared to the far more inventive side ops of its predecessors, hell, even compared to some of the alt missions of MGS2, Phantom Pain side ops do feel lacking in imagination. I really wouldn't mind boss monsters in an open world setting, especially in a game with controls actually suited for combat. But in my Peace Walker review, I also said that of the game's 120 plus extra ops, there were only about a dozen that I actually really wanted to come back to. The rest, creative or funny as they were, did absolutely nothing for me, because either the controls got in the way or the missions just weren't especially engaging. So here's the kicker. Creatively flaccid as MGS5 side ops might be, I genuinely enjoy all of them, except Mine Disposal and Target Practice. I always said that my favorite extra ops were the practical ones, destroying cargo, item recovery, or just extra ops where I was sneaking around and getting clever about how I carried out my goal. Because these are all still Metal Gear games, and these games are always at their best when the focus is on creative stealth, not gimmicks. And these side ops give me exactly that. Activities in an open world setting that feel like micro Metal Gear missions. Yes, there's ways to cheese every single one with Fultons and tranquilizer guns, but that's just not how I roll. Whatever the side activity, I want to get as creative as I can because that's where I'm having the most fun. Sure, I could use my rocket punch to knock out an entire checkpoint full of heavy infantries, or I could pick them off one by one or engage in a firefight, dismantling their armor any number of ways and blowing them straight to hell. When there's an elite soldier roaming a base, I like to get up close and personal because it makes for a far more satisfying and badass takedown. And sure, I could just knock a wandering MSF soldier out, or I could chase him around like a fucking Looney Tunes cartoon because the latter is genuinely more fun. I mean, hell, Phantom Pain even manages to make the tank bosses that I hated in Peace Walker actually fun, because tanks lack ridiculous amounts of health now. So if I choose to fight them head on, it actually feels challenging without feeling grindy. They're also accompanied by a varied but small-scale squad, like the Ocelot unit of MGS3, creating these varied, open-ended scenarios where you can confront or silently neutralize an entire unit any number of ways. Side ops might not be especially expansive in terms of variety or creativity, and outside the yellow side ops they don't push story forward at all, but they still give me exactly what I want from an MGS-themed open world. Objective-based gameplay with straightforward goals. And I'll take that over Puyons and Deja Vu missions any day of the week, because at least these are the kinds of nuggets of gameplay I know I'll actively want to come back to. But of course, I'm just dancing around the biggest change to the formula, aren't I? MGS5 is the first and probably last open-world Metal Gear game. In lieu of any one facility to sneak around or a series of linear corridors from any one region, MGS5 has Afghanistan and Africa at its helm, each one with a wide variety of structurally unique outposts and other wildcard elements. And of all of MGS5's changes to the usual gameplay model of MGS, on the core gameplay front, this was perhaps the most divisive element. And there's a good reason why it's so divisive. Many have criticized the fact that MGS5 is an open world game where there's absolutely no reason whatsoever to explore the open world. There's no secret unlockables, no open world side quests, no especially lively open world enemies, or even any NPCs. It's just a large stretch of land with checkpoints, outposts, the occasional trucks, goats, wolves, goats, bears, and goats. And you know what? It really is baffling how much wasted space there is with MGS5. Like, there are so many areas you just look at and think, man, think of all the cool shit you could have done with this space. Literally, the only incentive you ever have to go out of your way is the off chance you'll find a diamond or two, which honestly ceases to hold any real value late in the game. Or planting cages to capture animals, and let me just say, fuck that entire pseudo-Pokemonster bullshit. All you'll ever catch are the same goddamn fucking gerbils. I've captured more gerbils in 4 years than I think actually exist on this fucking planet. There absolutely is a ton of stuff that could have been done with the open world, to give you more to do once you beat the main missions. I'm not talking fetch quest bullshit or something like that, but something cool like, having secret boss fights against monsters a la Peace Walker HD, or Hunter-esque boss fights like The Division 2, or just something, anything genuinely exciting and unique that really embraces this vast setting, or better yet, something like a mission editor. Seriously, if a game like MGS5 had a Far Cry 5 style mission editor, I'd legit never need to buy another game ever again for as long as I live. There is so much that could have been done with this open world that just wasn't, and I get that frustration, I really do. I'm saying all of this now because I want to emphasize the fact that the complaints are not unfounded, and yet in spite of all of these perfectly valid criticisms that I 100% share, MGS5 is the single best open world game I've ever played. It damn sure doesn't have the best open world. No, that title goes to Breath of the Wild, hands down. But as an open world video game, more specifically, as an open world Metal Gear game, the open world gameplay loop has kept me coming back to Phantom Pain on and off for about 4+ years now. First of all, commutes are near non-existent for most missions. Even landing from the ACC and riding your horse all the way to the point of interest is still quicker than the commuting you'll do in most open world games. And those games don't have nearly as many awesome tunes to listen to along the way. There are only 5 missions in the entire game where you ever have to travel more than 1,000 meters to get to your destination, and in each one of those missions, there's always a micro mission in between, or additional objectives and threats to be mindful of along the way. Honeybee, for example, might be the longest you have to travel in any given mission. And along the way, there's an entirely optional rescue mission that takes place within the dam, but can go down to any point between the dam and the caves, giving you windows to rescue the Hamid dude via ambush or whatever. And even then, you can always either use a delivery port to just jump to the mission area or just land there from the word go. Let me just break down what an average session of MGS5 looks like for me. I'll just jump into the game, replay one of my favorite missions. When I get the job done, I tend to exfiltrate on land, then just jump into any nearby side ops. If there's one in an outpost, I'll fast travel there and just take the mission head on. If not, I'll just ride to the side op, blasting some of the best hits of the 80s. Then I'll jump into a main op nearby that I like and tackle it on land. Maybe I'll occasionally jump into a boss fight or replay Mission 22 because that's one of my favorites, and before I know it, a few hours have passed and I'm still having a blast. It's the connective flow of the gameplay loop that keeps me coming back. The flow of going from highly replayable main ops, to side missions, to horseback riding to the tunes of the 80s, to more main ops, to other missions straight out of the ACC. It's a self-perpetuating gameplay loop and I just cannot get bored of it. I put in this game, load up a mission, and just go nuts. Despite being the final MGS game, Phantom Pain isn't a game about just tying up a pointless story of naked Big Boss Snake Man. It's basically a water cooler video game. The kind of game not so much about the main storyline, but more about the millions of micro stories that form organically through your actions. How you pulled off all these daring rescues, how you took down a target using nothing but C4 and horse shit. And in the context of the actual plot, it makes the most sense that this is the approach. These are the sorts of things that will make someone like Big Boss a legend in the eyes of other soldiers across the globe. You're essentially forging the legacy as you go, building Big Boss's meme up to pass down to the next generation. It just so happens that doing so is not only in game, but also a bundle of fun. Now, that isn't to say that I love everything about this game on the gameplay front. I noted that I love the objectives chosen for the main missions because I do. I honestly don't think the game needed more variety in its mission types. The problem is, of the game's mission types, there's a serious imbalance. MGS5's campaign consists of 39 unique missions. Of its missions, here's how many are rescue missions. Here's how many are elimination missions. Here's how many are retrieval missions. Here's how many are demolition missions. And finally, here's how many are miscellaneous missions. The vast majority of missions in this game are rescue missions. Meanwhile, the game barely has any demolition missions. And that's ridiculous because the demolition missions are some of the finest bits of open-ended stealth action goodness the series has ever had to offer, especially Pitch Dark. Meanwhile, there's such an oversaturation of rescue missions that some feel a bit phoned in. After the White Mamba, there's a back-to-back stretch of missions that feel really binary. Close Contact, Aim True Ye Vengeful, and Root Cause. All of these take place at checkpoints, which lack any of the intricate level design you see in the proper outpost. And the actual scripted sequences of these missions really aren't all that much to write home about either. More to the point is the issue of pacing. MGS5 never feels like a chore to get through because even the worst missions minus Awakening are still inherently fun. But the pacing of this game is a mess. Many blame the open world mission-oriented format, but that ain't it. No, the order in which some missions play out just doesn't make any sense for a large chunk of the game. Why do we go from introducing the main villain in Honeybee to wet work missions disconnected from everything to a rescue mission where the target is the only survivor of the parasite epidemic that's been hinted at ever since episode 3? Why do we go from juggling between the trail of nukes with Trader's Caravan, On the Trail, and War Economy to child soldiers and parasite-related stuff with Blood Runs Deep, Voices, and Rescue the Intel Agent? Why does Aim True Ye Vengeful come after hinting about the parasite epidemic with Close Contact to the actual epidemic spreading with Hunted Down? I mean, why does the White Mamba even take place within Chapter 1 at all, when it's completely disconnected from everything going on up till that point and results in Eli contributing absolutely nothing upon arrival, except at the very end when it's most convenient? Though I get ahead of myself there, because I'm gonna get back to that shit. And why in the ever-loving pickle fuck aren't all the repeat missions just modifiers like in Ground Zeroes, or in a separate tab like in Peace Walker? If Chapter 1 is the main story of MGS5 and Chapter 2 is little more than the epilogue, then there's no reason a lot of these missions couldn't have just been saved for Chapter 2. If structured in a way that actually made sense, this is what MGS5's mission order should have looked like. This way, the order in which things progress doesn't feel as archaic or messy. The smaller plot points and subplots all stay connected by mini clusters and more organically bleed into the next plot points. The missions themselves may be fun, but even as someone who doesn't give a shit about the stories in these games, I always found the order in which these missions came about really sloppy and confusing. And I can guarantee you that a hell of a lot more people wouldn't have been as down on the mission-based approach if the story felt tighter and more focused. And Chapter 2, in turn, would have felt like a proper epilogue, because now, a lot of the missions would have felt like the world after, just jumping into missions with no connective tissue to the larger story. A series of one-and-done jobs because war is a business, and now the main villain is dead, so we just keep going. And there are other issues as well. For the absolute beast that he is, Kiefer Snake's biggest weakness seems to be slight inclines. Climbing through rough terrains becomes a bitch, and trying to crawl can get really frustrating when the player will just not crawl over the slightest bump in the ground. And in contrast to Ground Zeroes, where you never had any trouble climbing up and down stairs, here you risk standing up against your own will if you dare climb towards ramps or stairways. Also, for the purposes of this review, I did a brand new playthrough by making a new PS4 user account without PSN. So I played the entire game again offline, meaning I had no interference whatsoever. But for those who do play online, the way in which a large chunk of your resources gets taken hostage whenever servers undergo maintenance, or if you're just offline, is some manipulative ass bullshit. On launch, the game was not designed like that. This didn't happen till way after the fact, when Kojimbob was on his way out. And I suspect it's to incentivize sticking with FOB, and fuck that. Sure, Konami isn't nearly as egregious as, say, Activision or EA and the microtransaction live service garbage front, but their attempts to string players along in a game that is largely single-player focused is beyond the pale of greed-fueled stupidity. So too are these fucking daily rewards. The act of playing the game itself should be the reward. Trying to use the fictional currency, mother-based coins, to keep players with maybe more addictive personalities coming back for FOB's sake is insufferable. Another subject people gloss over that bugs my tits for the same reason is the weapon level system. I'm all for the fully customizable weapon system that the game has created. What I'm not for is weapons having levels that determine how strong they are. This was introduced in Peace Walker, and I hated it then too, because level 1 or 100, a bullet should have the same effect. It doesn't impact the single player, but it does affect the multiplayer. Just like the mother-based coins and resource siphoning, this is specifically to get players committed to scoring the highest level weapons in FOB. Because after level 3, the development times become a joke. And of course, you can always circumvent week-long waits for weapons that serve zero purpose outside of FOB just by spending a few mother-based coins. Now for me, the joke's on Konami because I always play with low-level weapons. And I do not give a shit about FOB enough to want to speed through development times. But just because this doesn't personally affect me, doesn't mean it won't affect other people. And it's really disheartening because FOB is, I feel, what the true Metal Gear Online should have always been. Infiltrating other players' bases, sneaking past or eliminating their guards. That to me is more Metal Gear Online than these same tired-ass team deathmatch variations over and over. But FOB doesn't feel like it was designed to be a stimulating, robust multiplayer experience. It just feels like it's there to be an addictive excuse to get players hooked on these pointless leaderboards and robbing their fellow players blind. I'll touch on the multiplayer more in depth in a bit. First, I want to cover all my bases in single player. Like, there's this slight yet really noticeable lack of polish you see all around you. For starters, after the first year, the pop-in with this game became really noticeably bad. Doesn't really bother me because I'm always too in the moment for the gameplay to really give a shit, but on PS4 it's really noticeably distracting every single time you ride off into the horizon, or how every single door in FOB is a quarantine door for some reason, or the way there's Diamond Dog logos all over the helipad on OKB0 because they're the same assets from Mother Base, and no one thought to maybe retexture that shit. My absolute favorite is the fact that at one point guard dogs were planned but scrapped early in development. But the lines of dialogue that guards used when communicating with their Phantom dogs is still in the game during search sequences. And on the subject of polish and sound, there are some really weird audio choices in the game. For example, did you know that Angel with Broken Wings actually does have a unique sneaking theme? And it's fucking awesome. Check it out. Only it doesn't play if you ever arouse any suspicion. You gotta be really sneaky to actually sneak around to this tune. Or how about this? Did you know that Diamond Campaign, the single best alert theme of any MGS game to date, plays if you're caught during Code Talker?
Don't endanger the target like that. You have to bring it back here.
Seriously, this theme perfectly captures the high stakes of this all or nothing mission, where if Code Talker dies, Diamond Dogs dies with him. but if you exit through the front door just outside from where you rescued Code Talker, it never plays. And in a game with so many options set in such a grand scope, you can guarantee there's always ways to break the hell out of it, right down to breaking some of the boss fights. In contrast to a lot of the other stuff, this stuff actually does directly impact the gameplay, and not in a good way. I mean, unless you're looking for a good laugh. See, that's the trade-off with larger scale games like this, especially for a dev team not used to working in an open world setting. Metal Gear Solid always felt like a very tightly focused, pristine experience, at least in terms of polish. And that's because each game only really has a few hours of actual raw gameplay to work with. It's very easy for a talented team to make the absolute most of a very small window of gameplay. MGS5, in contrast, has more raw gameplay than the entire series combined, not including bonus content. I mean, a lack of polish is one thing. There are other things that just make no sense whatsoever. Like how there's so many assets from MGO3 that for whatever reason never get added to the main game. Things like knives, Fulton launchers, the cosmetics, anything like that. Or how you have entire security features that are only for FOB, never in the actual main game. It's really odd to have these things exclusive to multiplayer when they work just as fine in the main game, and probably add a whole bunch to the escalation system. Then you have the issue with the Demon Snake. There's a feature in MGS5 where the more of a bastard you choose to play as, the more demon points you accumulate, and eventually culminates into becoming Demon Snake, where you're always drenched in blood and your head boner is large enough to satisfy a flaming whale. On paper, this is a really cool idea, a constant visual to remind you of your in-game sins, and a bit of in-game storytelling, showing us how Kiefer Snake sees himself the shittier players behave. In execution, however, it's completely counterintuitive to what MGS5 is all about. This is a game designed to be played and replayed a number of ways, so why the hell would you punish players for playing a certain way? It doesn't affect the actual gameplay, but it's really unsightly, and the way in which you remove demon points is really repetitive. If you play lethally or use Molotov cocktails to burn people alive, you shouldn't be punished for that because mechanically it's just playing the game. Demon Snake should have been reserved for shit like killing animals, POWs, and building nukes in FOB. Things there's no reason in-game to do so. If you choose to, you're just kind of a piece of shit in-game. MGS has always had these really heavy-handed ways of pushing their non-lethal agenda in gameplay. But at least sequences like the Sorrow's River of Tears were just one boss sequence. But as is, it's a feature I just out and out do not like. Also, while I'm at, the checkpoint system of this game is absolute dog shit. It often relies on using different corridors to act as checkpoints, which, fair's fair, in the linear games it wasn't that big a deal because the corridors were never that big. But with an open world setting, there is no intermediate corridors. Now, granted, a lot of the open world does have set autosave checkpoint systems, as do a lot of the outposts themselves. But that's only if you aren't in action. Get into a heated situation, you're shit out of luck. Or if you use the fast travel system, you risk bypassing a lot of the checkpoints. So if you do a whole bunch of shit and then fast travel to another outpost and then die, guess what? You gotta do all that bullshit all over again. When you're doing the same thing because you couldn't have anticipated not hitting a certain checkpoint, that is bad design. And the fact that certain setups can only be played once despite being some of the more inventive ones in the game is complete bullshit. It doesn't make any sense why something like an actual boss fight on Mother Base will be a one and done deal when it's one of the few interesting things you can actually do on Mother Base. Finally, there's a matter of battle gear. Now look, I'm not someone to complain when the game already has so much to offer in terms of content, and already has a pseudo Metal Gear to customize into your own adorable little murder machine. But it's incredibly baffling as to why the Battle Gear cutscenes are even in the game if Kojima decided they wanted to cut it out because it broke the game. Why tease us with such an awesome looking piece of hardware, make us go visit that sweaty cunt with his magic legs to see it being built, just to say, here's your toy, here's as many options, you can't play with it. It doesn't connect to anything in the story, and if all three of its cutscenes were cut from the game, nothing would be lost. So what's gained by teasing us with something that will never be ours? No, I think it's more like the Arkham Knight situation in that it literally broke the game on a mechanical level. Much like with Arkham Knight's Batmobile, hence why they had to delay the game to make sure it actually worked properly. The difference between the Batmobile and Battle Gear, however, is that Battle Gear, like all the buddies, like half the stuff you can use in this game, wasn't a paramount feature in the game. So rather than delay Metal Gear Solid 5 to fix Battle Gear, they said fuck it and just didn't bother. And I get that, it makes sense, but again, why have the cutscenes in the game then? I'm sure I had a bunch of other issues as well, but ultimately, even my biggest gripes with this game don't come close to actively impeding the overall experience. They bug me, sure, some way more so than others. But there's way more about this game that's not only good but incredible than there is that's bad. And a lot of the more common complaints I just don't share. The fact is, I love this game and I love its gameplay loop. which moves us right along into MGS5's boss fights. Another really big point of contention from MGS fans. MGS5 has 12, possibly 13 boss encounters depending on your actions with the camouflage unit, and of its potential 13 encounters, only 5 are mandatory. Every other boss you can either sneak past, run away from, or just skip entirely. And I want to say up front, I love that. MGS5's bosses are the one and only time in the entire series where every single boss fight feels like they truly complement the moment-to-moment gameplay. The fact that you don't even have to fight most of the bosses is a clear indicator of that, because how does a boss fight fit in with a player who's going for a zero trace run? With the exception of Fire Guy's horseback chase, these bosses are all just as versatile and open-ended as the missions themselves. Not a single boss restricts you to one method or weapon to defeating them. You can come up with any number of different strategies for beating each and every boss you come across, giving each boss tons and tons of replay value. Because unlike the last 2 games that actually feature bosses, none of these fights are bullet sponges. On a mechanical level, each boss is a return to form to what MGS3 established. Bosses with a variety of moves and excellent boss arenas where you just sort of figure it out for yourself. The Skulls, the most frequent boss you encounter throughout the entire game, consists of 3 units you fight twice each: Mist, Armor, and Camouflage. Once again reinforcing how brilliant Kojima's naming process is. These are hands down the most versatile bosses this series has ever known, because the Mist and Armor unit are essentially 4 different encounters for the price of 1. At the forefront is a direct confrontation, and your first encounters with both units are in the open world itself. An environment plays a large role in any boss you encounter, so not being restricted to any one environment goes a huge way towards lending this fight longevity. There are tons of methods you can choose from when fighting the Skulls. Yes, bullets are always an option, so too are countering the machetes and laying some C4 in front of them while they stagger. And if you want to lay more C4, you can always keep them immobile with a squirt gun long enough to blow them away, or just tear them to shreds with turret guns or ground placement weapons. And these all come in very handy with the Armor unit, who can shield themselves again and again. Unless you got Blast Arm, in which case you can just Falcon Punch their armor clean off. The point is, you got options when you fight them, and that's if you choose to fight them. That's the thing. Direct conflict isn't where this already great boss fight begins and ends. You can also engage in a horseback or vehicular pursuit, resulting in one of the most intense, high-octane pursuits I've ever encountered in any video game, with the added benefit of actually being fun and not frustrating like most chases tend to be. Alternatively still, with Deepwalker, you can change the entire feel of the fight into more of a cat-and-mouse chase, where you're the cat and the Skulls are the teleporting mice. But of course, this being a stealth action game, it wouldn't make sense to have a boss fight whom you can't sneak past. It legit baffles me how it took till the very last game in the series for Koji Pro to implement this, but yes, like regular soldiers, you can actually sneak past the Skulls and avoid the boss fight entirely. But doing so actually requires strategy. The Skulls are a lot harder to shake off, and they're programmed to steadily advance towards where you are at any given moment, without outright knowing your location. So the mere act of evading the Skulls is like a whole new kind of boss encounter in and of itself. And to an extent, the same degree of versatility applies to just about every other fight in the game. Quiet, for example, if I want a conventional sniper duel, where I'm going from vantage point to vantage point, hitting her before she hits me, I have that. If I want a slow burn, where I have to sneak my way closer and closer to Quiet and then attack her before she even knows I'm there, I have that too. If I want a crazy high-octane battle, where I'm running and diving like a lunatic, blasting at Quiet and avoiding getting blasted myself, well, Quiet delivers there too. Or, if I'd rather not fight her at all, I can use my environment to steadily evade Quiet's line of sight and reach the other side. Sure, you take a hit on heroism, but you rake in so much heroism that it loses meaning for someone who plays as often as I do. I can be as practical or ridiculous as I want with this fight, and just about every single method I can choose from is highly entertaining. The entire feel of her boss fight changes depending on my playstyle, and that depends entirely on what I feel like having at any given moment. Pair that up with a boss whose attacks are brutal, and an environment that's perfect for sneaking or swan diving for cover, and simply put, Quiet's boss fight is what everybody wins looks like. Even for those who wish her fight was harder, that's what her extreme variation is for. The same doesn't quite apply to the camouflage unit Skulls. See, mechanically, they behave just like Quiet with the added benefit of their sneaky machete attacks, or the fact that there's 4 of them, and if you evade them or fail to kill all 4 of them, then in the rematch they have dozens of puppet soldiers backing them up. This fight is slightly more restrictive since it's easy to become a moving target for these zombie gals, but you end up having more ways to get strategic against them, and fortunately your environment still allows you to bypass them in both encounters. Now, I hate rail shooter bosses, but the Man on Fire is the one exception for 2 reasons. First, you're not just shooting aimlessly. The goal is to time your shots, hitting him just as he's about to fire his bullets, so he misses both you and Ocelot. So there's actually skill required in timing your shots to avoid getting hit. Second, and more importantly, it's only 2 minutes long. If I'm gonna be subject to a linear rail shooter, I'd rather it be as brief as possible, not 20 goddamn minutes. It's not reflective of the larger game, but it's at least fun and doesn't overstay its welcome. And fortunately, the second real encounter with the Man on Fire is another one of my all-time favorites in the series. This is the game's one and only gimmick fight, but unlike other gimmick fights in the series, you aren't limited to one approach. The Man on Fire's factory has tons of objects you can use to stun him, while you yourself can still use conventional weapons to push him back, or knock him down if he's near an incline. The fight kind of feels like a pseudo Mr. Freeze fight from Arkham City, where you're trapped with this really powerful enemy and have a bunch of different things you can use to lay into him, like ramming his ass over and over with a jeep, or just driving him off a fucking cliff like a beast. This fight isn't hard at all. In fact, most of the boss fights in this game are pretty easy, but holy shit is this one fun and just viscerally satisfying. It incorporates stealth nicely, letting you shake him off to lure him near traps. But if you'd rather have a conventional boss fight where you fight him directly, then you have that option too. The game tells you to run to the tunnels, but if you don't, then you can fight the Man on Fire as soon as he's outside. And in doing so, he always knows your location, meaning you can't shake him off, but can instead eliminate him by stunning him a total of 3 times. 3 being what it takes to actually land a hit on Baby Mantis when he pops up. Obviously, there's ways to cheese this fight, ending it in seconds, and sure, that can feel pretty damn lame. But I'm okay with that, because I'd rather a boss fight have a plethora of options that still makes the fight creative, replayable, enjoyable, and as challenging as it needs to be. Then there's Eli. Now, I have a lot to say about this little prick, and I will when we get to the story, but focusing entirely on his boss fight alone, his is bar none the best CQC fight I've ever experienced with MGS. This doesn't include the boss or Volgan, since CQC was just one tool in your vast array of options against either of them. It's important to understand that I hate the CQC boss fights of Metal Gear, and while I enjoy Solidus's fight just fine, I'd have preferred not being limited to a single weapon that controls like clunky ass. Eli's is a CQC fight that manages to have everything I love in a good MGS boss fight. For starters, the CQC of MGS5 is infinitely better than every game before because on top of combos, you have Falcon Punch, sweep attacks, and QTE counters. But more importantly, CQC isn't the only option. You can still use traps, non-lethal weapons. Even stealth will actually factor into this fight because Eli will periodically flee and hide behind a corner, and you, the player, can opt to navigate around the ship to attack him from behind when he doesn't suspect it. And Eli himself is a vicious little fucker. On top of that is the fact that this boss fight, like the end, gives you a number of options for neutralizing Eli before this fight can even trigger. Unlike the end, however, those options don't involve gimmicks, but rather core stealth gameplay, getting the drop on Eli however you see fit. And I really wish that MGS5 had more boss encounters like this, where if you play carefully, you have just as many options for neutralizing the boss silently as you do fighting them head on. It's almost like a non-lethal version of elimination missions, as much as it is a boss mission. Then finally, there's the big cheese itself, Sahelanthropus. It's you in this massive, sprawling space alone with a giant Voltron-looking motherfucker, and you just gotta figure it out. The first encounter is all about just getting away from Sally. You have the entire central base and the mountainside to use as cover, while this giant thing seeks you out, and tense doesn't even begin to describe this encounter. You have so many places to run and hide, and yet Sahelanthropus somehow always feels like it's just around the corner. 4 years on, and this encounter still makes my ass clench uncomfortably. And the funny thing is, you actually can defeat Sally here too. Shoot it enough times to let Mr. X go and give it to you, Sally goes down and you can just run to the LZ. It takes forever, but the fact that it's even an option is great, because once again, it shows that no one boss fight in this game is a one-trick pony, which makes the final encounter with Sally so much more rewarding. You get the tense run and hide sequence down, then 19 missions later, it's time to rail on this giant motherfucker, and it's awesome. Sally has a ton of attacks to keep things interesting, and the more health it loses, the more those attack patterns start to shift. It's a giant mech with tons of health, but it also has a number of weak spots that when targeted deals tons of damage. And again, you have the entire mountainside for cover, even letting you shake off Metal Gear so you can catch your breath and attack it from behind. The environment gives you means to lay out traps that divvy out tons of damage, and even without all of that, with the bare basic level 3 weapons I amassed by that point in the game, targeting Sally's weak points, I was able to destroy it in under 5 minutes. In those 5 minutes, I got everything I needed to get, and the fight didn't drag on as a result. Compare that to Peace Walker, a fight that on your first run can take upwards of 20 minutes, and that's purely because it's such an unbearable grind. I literally couldn't ask for anything more from a Metal Gear mech fight. One encounter gives me all the tense stealth action I could ask for, the other gives me the cathartic action that doesn't veer into mindless grind. That's what I love about the boss fights of MGS5. They take all of the best qualities of MGS3's bosses and run with them. Each one is abundant with different strategies for you to implement, attack patterns, and many of them can be bypassed in ways that feel genuinely satisfying to pull off. In fact, mechanically, I'd even rate MGS5's bosses above a lot of MGS3's bosses. So then, why do I still prefer MGS3's bosses overall? Unlike every MGS game, MGS5 is the one and only game where there isn't a single boss fight I dislike. Even Human Torch's horseback chase, I actually like for it requiring skill to pull off flawlessly, and for it being short, which I cannot say about Shaggin' Wagon's fight. And while the Sorrows encounter is neat, it's more of an experience than an actual boss fight. But that's the thing. Even if one fight sucked and the other wasn't an encounter I jumped to replay, MGS3 still had 8 other boss fights, all of which were highly open-ended despite having a wide variety of attacks and excellent boss arenas. And all phenomenal. MGS3 has 10 boss fights in total, if you include the Ocelot unit, which I do. And all 10 fights are completely unique from one another, despite each one giving you free reign to take them down however you want. MGS5, meanwhile, has 13 encounters, one of which you can only play once, and another of which only occurs if you don't kill all the camel skulls at the start of Code Talker. But in actuality, it's only more like 5 boss types. Skulls, snipers, fire guy, little guy, big guy. The Mist and Armor unit don't feel distinct enough from one another. One just feels like an enhanced version of the other, since Armor has more attacks while the Mist has its stealth phase when they're scrambling in the mist. But they still use the same weapons and have a lot of the same attack patterns. Similarly, while the feel of the fights between Quiet and the Camo unit are unique, mechanically, the Camo skulls are basically just Quiet with an added machete attack, which I really wish they did more with. Both of Eli's encounters are identical, except in his challenge he now uses stun grenades instead of bottles. But what MGS5's bosses truly lack is variety. That's what made MGS3's bosses so excellent. You had a fair amount of direct confrontations and stealth action shootouts, but each one was distinct from one another. Versatile or open-ended as every boss fight in this game may be, it's not gonna stop a lot of them from feeling the same. What MGS5 needed was just a few more boss fights, and for each one to be truly distinct from the ones we already have. It needed a proper stealth action shootout like the boss, and no one would have been a better candidate than Skullface himself, the main villain. His expertise was staying in Big Boss's shadow. What better encounter and humiliation than fighting a man forced to fight in the shadows again 20 years later? Something more like Cliff's boss fight in Death Stranding, where it's you versus him and a bunch of his guards, and you can fight them head on or lay out traps for them, and Skullface constantly retreats each time you lay into him really badly. I got a lot more to say about that, but I'll get back to that later. Another candidate would have been the Man on Fire again for a third and final showdown when he comes back to life. Only instead of relying on water pumps, now you can actually shoot him, but he also has more attacks to shake things up. That way, like Sally's 2 encounters, both fights feel truly distinct from one another, since functionally they require doing different things. Maybe we could have had a boss fight with Baby Mantis himself. Something like his MGS1 fight on steroids, where instead of paintings and statues, he's chucking fucking debris, dead bodies, and tanks at your face. That also could have been what triggers the truth, which, again, I'll get back to that later. And finally, if Battle Gear is too OP to use in-game, what better use for something Kaz calls customizable than a customizable boss fight, like Zeke but not grindy and twee? You could build Battle Gear up with however many subsets and options it has, then maybe deploy it in a few parts of the open world that go unused, and have a mock battle with it instead. Boom, problem solved. But I do still ultimately love MGS5's bosses, and think they're some of the best fights in the series, and some of my favorites in gaming, period. Like the bosses, the game as a whole has many issues, but I love it all the same. It's masterfully tight and responsive mechanics, enemies that are fun to fight and sneak around, levels that do everything I want levels in stealth action games to do, missions with open-ended objectives that can mostly be plowed through in minutes, and an open world that might not have creative side activities but enjoyable, stealth action-oriented ones all the same. I knew that I was going to love MGS5 before it came out, but if you told me I'd still be playing it well into 2020, I'd laugh in your face and ask how you broke into my apartment. And unlike every other game these days, it's entirely because of the offline single-player content that's so much fun. MGS5 didn't need any multiplayer or any post-launch support the way all these fucking games and their dogshit roadmaps or DLC plans have. Which is good because the multiplayer, while fun, was more half-baked than that one Dave Chappelle movie. Blue Streak.
Summer fun is just over the horizon, and with over 20 RV brands across the U.S., the Haugen RV Group is ready to help you on your next adventure. From motorhomes to toy haulers, we have whatever you need to make your next trip one to remember. Get out and live with the Haugen RV Group. Adventure without limits.
MGS5 had 2 multiplayer modes, Metal Gear Online 3, the third and probably final entry in Metal Gear's obscure Metal Gear Online multiplayer series, where teams of 8 fight each other in varying modes. And it also had the much more interesting FOB mode, where you sneak into the forward operating bases of other players to steal all their shit and kidnap or kill their guards. And if the other players themselves show up, then it becomes the ultimate 1v1 showdown. Now, I have a complicated history of Metal Gear's online components, mainly because MGO2 was a giant piece of shit that was nickel and dime to hell and back, and its player base consisted of dipshits, hackers, and more dipshits. MGO3 is described as MGO for casuals. And speaking as a casual player myself, let me just say, good. I liked Bounty Hunter because it actually added a nice spin to the tired team deathmatch, and like the main game, actually rewarded the non-lethal approach. I thought the gadgets used in MGO3 were inventive and added a refreshing degree of strategy, and the reward system worked great to incentivize being a good teammate. I also loved having Walker Gears in matches because actually piloting them is a blast, especially when duking it out with other Walker Gears, and thought that the adjusted stamina, which MGS5 itself fortunately does not have, was fair in MGO3. I did wish that Walker Gears would actually respawn, but what are you gonna do? Finally, I actually loved Rush Mode, because it essentially turns any one map into an entirely different one. See, Rush Mode basically sectioned off the battle to only one part of the map, but that part's never where the fights actually gravitate towards normally. So in effect, almost every map becomes two for the price of one, and minus Black Site, they're actually pretty balanced. And the maneuvers you can pull off in this game, I just don't get with any other multiplayer game out there. I'm not a multiplayer fan, I hate multiplayer in video games. But for as binary as Metal Gear Online 3 may be, the moment-to-moment gameplay is still a blast, because it creates unique, on-the-fly moments you just don't get from other multiplayer games. Here's the thing though, while MGO2 was nickel and dimed, having the bare basic content of just 5 maps, while selling you all the content that MGO1 had on Go, it did still have content. In the end of its life, it had about a dozen modes, 2 of which were really good. It had 8 unique characters, a fuck ton of music you could listen to at any point during the matches, with tons of cosmetic items to give your avatar real individuality, and ultimately after 3 DLCs and 1 free map, it ended its life with about 15 maps. For the record, MGO1 started with 12 and didn't charge for a single one. See, that's the thing, for as much as I enjoyed MGO3 and kind of occasionally still do, it only had 4 modes to choose from. It had 1 DLC that no one bought, meaning consistently, the maps never really grew beyond the original 5. It only had 3 uniques, you couldn't change your infinitely smaller playlists of music during matches, the game had far fewer weapons to pick and choose from, and for a base game with so many cosmetic assets that would have been perfect for MGO3, none of that is present. Instead, you can only pick from one of a very few specific class suits and a pitifully small amount of vests and masks. Visually, they have way more flair than MGO2, but there's just no way to make your character look distinct. And sadly, MGO3 was destined to fail from the start. Unlike MGO2, which released on launch with MGS4, when those millions of players who purchased MGS4 were still balls deep into it and thus had access to MGO2, MGO3 didn't launch until over a month after MGS5's release, after everyone's already played the game and a billion other fucking games had come out for players to move on to. So out of its millions of owners, maybe a couple 100,000 were still around to play MGO3, and that didn't last long either because this game did not have enough content to keep them interested, and other far more robust games came out in that same time. MGO2 worked because it was 2008. The console multiplayer market wasn't nearly as oversaturated as it is now. Back then, the PS3 only had one really popular multiplayer game, Call of Duty. I said this with RE3 Make, to maintain an audience, you need enough content on launch to keep people invested. And for as shitty as it is, you need a plan to support the game with new content to keep people coming back for more. Multiplayer is an inherently stagnant experience. Without consistent updates, it will grow tiresome, since unlike the single player, you don't really have the structure or the tools to keep something from feeling like it's just evolving into the same thing over and over and over. But the thing is, Konami has always been dogshit when it comes to multiplayer, especially Metal Gear multiplayer. Their motto seems to be play this game with zero content and buy our shit, and maybe we'll let you pay for shit that should have been this game from start, but wasn't because money, son. MGO3 is fun. It's genuinely enjoyable for what it is. I can just jump in for like an hour or so and still genuinely have a lot of fun playing it. The core gameplay loop is still really strong. The maps are incredibly well designed with a lot of cover, plenty of paths from A to B, and a whole slew of methods for taking down your enemies, both lethal and non-lethal. And it helps that I'm actually not dogshit at this game. I honestly do really feel like a beast half the times I play it. The problem is, for as fun as it is, you kind of experience all this game really has to offer about an hour or so in. And for as good as I can be at it, what's left after that, you know? What am I building towards? Then there's FOB. This is MGS5's true multiplayer mode. It was with the game since launch, and as a result, still has a fairly decent player base, since it works just as well as a single-player experience. And I really like the idea of FOB. Every platform is brilliantly designed, so you're actually getting mileage out of the level design of Mother Base when you're sneaking around fools and blasting them left and right. And it's a really tense experience knowing if you fuck up, you can risk summoning the owner of that FOB and then it's game over. But like MGO3, FOB is so half-assed. It only has a small handful of events, the only fun ones being the fight against the Skulls and the one with heavy infantries and POWs to rescue. Maybe a full-on base editor is out of the question, but there's no reason we couldn't customize our guards and give them individuality. With the focus on stats and real GMP staff benefits, no one's playing to have fun. Their goal is to make each base the hardest one they possibly can to bypass, and unfortunately, that means everyone does the same goddamn thing. S+ snipers everywhere. No uniqueness to the look of your guards, their weapons, or any base you invade. And if that other player has a stun grenade launcher and a Hydra arm, you're ass out of luck, son. Sorry. MGO is what Metal Gear fans have come to expect from the multiplayer of numbered Metal Gear games. But FOB has the player base it does now because it isn't just another PvP deathmatch to add to the trough the way MGO has always been. It's a genuinely unique multiplayer experience. And if Konami just scrapped their dead-on-arrival MGO3 and devoted their full attention to FOB, then this might have been the game changer for stealth action multiplayer. But instead, doing both meant Konami and Koji Pro LA ended up spreading themselves way too thin to do either one justice. Worse yet, FOB just feels incredibly cynical in its design. It offers the bare basic and incentivizes so many dogshit practices, like having level 15 sniper rifles everywhere and no risk-free PvP mode, where players can actively face each other and their goons for like a fun, risk-free versus mode. What's worse is that FOB even has story content, in the form of nuclear disarmament. A really brilliant idea that was dead on arrival because the nuke tab was incredibly fucked and the blockade system made it impossible to truly take down the nuke owners. It got so bad that in the summer of 2019, Konami just said fuck it and released the nuke ending anyway. It was through sheer laziness that peace was achieved, not by the actions of the player. With how half-baked both these multiplayer modes ended up being, looking back 5 years later, I just wish that neither mode existed. I wish they'd honestly just done a full-on FOB video game and sold it separately, and with full-on customizable bases, soldiers, and missions. Like a pseudo Metal Gear maker. Hey, if Far Cry 5 can do it, this game could too. Instead of creating a new subdivision of Koji Pro, which was dismantled at the end of 2015 anyway in Konami's Scorched Earth protocol, I wish they just devoted those resources entirely to the single player. It doesn't matter how good a multiplayer game may or may not be. Servers die lest we forget. Though I'll be real, the fact that half-baked MGO3 outlasted MGO2 is just kind of amazing. I love that. Have I mentioned I don't like MGO2 very much? I enjoy FOB well enough just like MGO3 because it is genuinely fun to get into and it is satisfying to pull off successfully. There's a brilliant idea here. And the moment-to-moment stealth action gameplay is rock solid because the bases are incredibly well designed from a functional standpoint. But just like MGO3, it's a lot of fun, but after a few matches, you've already seen everything this multiplayer mode has to offer. Spreading yourself too thin is the name of the game here. And I've always said, it's better to do one thing really well than do a bunch of things half-baked, which conveniently leads us right into Fanpain's story. And look, regardless of your thoughts on MGS5's story and whether you ultimately agree with me or not, I guarantee you're going to hear some shit in this video that you've never heard from any other review or analyst of MGS5's writing. So buckle up, because this shit's about to get interesting.
Who is doing this? Such a lust for revenge?
Who cares? Wave is now Astound Broadband, powered by Wave. We deliver high-performance internet that's supersonic, ultra-reliable, gig-speed fast. And TV that's voice-controlled all-in-one streaming. The future is now, with the latest technology to connect you to a world of possibilities. Supported by local 24/7 award-winning teams, we are Astound Broadband, powered by Wave.
The premise of MGS5 is that after the fall of MSF, punished Kiefer Snake awakens from a 9-year coma inside a Cyprus hospital being ravaged by XOF, the Cypher strike force who destroyed MSF in the first place. After escaping the hospital with the help of Hush from Batman and Sexy Ocelot, Kiefer Snake is reunited with Kazuhira McFiddlesticks in a joint effort to rebuild Mother Base in the form of Diamond Dogs, in order to get vengeance against Skullface, a Cypher agent who usurped the throne from Zero. And in their pursuit against Skullface, the gang steadily uncovers a plot involving nuclear arms trading, bipedal weapons, and a biological weapon that could bring the world to ruin. Also, there's a lady in fetish gear who breathes through her skin. The writing of MGS5 is all over the place, more so than usual for MGS. And it's easily the biggest point of contention in the entire series, even more so than MGS2. Either the story of MGS5 is one giant, unrelenting disappointment because it didn't answer all those burning questions that never needed asking in the first place, or didn't show Big Boss Breaking Bad, or the story is an underappreciated stroke of genius too smart, or it's lol, what story? And look, on the surface, I can see where all three sides are coming from, but I disagree with every single one of them. If you've been following my reviews up to this point, you know that I don't hold high regard towards Hideo Kojimbo as a story writer. I think he has great ideas, but lacks the ability to fully explore those ideas beyond the surface level, or do anything of actual value with his characters. He's so much more focused on barfing his thematic themes and exposition onto our faces than he is actually letting his characters breathe and genuinely engage with one another in real, meaningful moments. So when all these fucking trailers were dropping with great music, cool imagery, and empty buzzwords, all I was thinking was, damn, Kojimbo really has great taste in music. And the Metal Gear series has been spouting that missing link bullshit with every Big Boss era game since Portable Ops. Why do I care about filling in gaps to a story that I already know the ending to? The only thing a prequel sequel can do is lend that story new context. So does MGS5 do that? I'd say so, seeing as how the end result had me looking at Big Boss in an entirely different light. Was it well executed? Well, that's where things get a bit more nuanced. I'm going to say out the gate that I think Phantom Pain is the most well-written MGS game by Kojimbo. I think its actual story is better and more well-structured. I think the dialogue is mostly stronger. I loved most of the characters a lot more than the previous games. And the ending was one of the only plot twists in the entire series that I actually really dug. And all of that said, the writing is pretty bad. Look, there are shades of brilliance in MGS5's story and overall ideas. On the surface, Phantom Pain is a giant leap forward in terms of the quality of writing. But as is always the case with MGS, the problem lies in consolidation. Kojimbo decides to do way too much and thus spreads his ideas way too thin. Taken on their own, those ideas could mostly work, but with everything lumped together, not a single one is given the fair due it needs. And it doesn't help that some of those ideas are dog shit. First, the biggest reason that I love Phantom Pain's writing over every other MGS game is its handling of exposition. I hate when a writer has to sit me down and talk in my ear for several minutes on end, just so I can get what the hell is going on, instead of letting the journey do the talking for them. That's why I've always hated those long-winded, one-sided codec calls and scenes where some asshole exists solely to talk at me for 15 minutes straight, then die immediately after. And for the most part, MGS5 doesn't really have that problem. Most of its cutscenes are refreshingly brief, and because the dialogue is so much tighter in most scenes, there's a lot less time wasted on repetition and bloated dialogue. Think back to your favorite Metal Gear protagonist written by Kojima. Of all the times that character has spoken, how many times was what he said something of value? Something that gave us a degree of insight into the character himself, or gave him a real meaningful back and forth with someone else. Then think back on how many times that bit of dialogue was purely reactionary, as in asking pointless questions or making observations or comments for the viewer's sake, not the character's. There's a fine difference between reacting and participating, and MGS has always veered towards the former. And while I don't like the fact that Kiefer Snake barely talks, it's much more preferable than wasting my time with reactionary bullshit, because the end result is the same either way, but at least one path takes up less time than the other. Now, what I wish instead was that Kiefer Snake had more actual lines of value to add to any given scene. But the truth is, I felt the same way with every single MGS game that wasn't Peace Walker, or any of the spin-off games. Kojima's dialogue just isn't very good, and I sincerely doubt it's any better in his native tongue. Not when the majority of scenes still consist of people talking at each other in lengthy exposition dumps. I mean, don't get me wrong, the exposition is still there. In fact, there's several hours to fill in all the gaps you could ask for. It's just that now the info dumps are relegated to cassette tapes, and thank back Christ above for that. Like Peace Walker, Phantom Pain doesn't grind to a halt to bludgeon you to death with dense exposition. All background information is segmented into separate tapes, all narrowed to one particular subject, as opposed to MGS's habit of just cramming tons and tons of shit into one codec call. And unlike codec, you have the complete library accessible, unlocking more and more tapes with each mission, which you can listen to whenever you wish. The tapes that matter are marked as yellow, and if you skip the rest, you'll still get what's going on. And if you want real-time information like the codec calls used to have, that's what InScope is for. Just point your scope of what you want help with and click. The tapes are there if you want to flesh things out beyond the surface, but if you don't, you won't be lost. And as I said with Peace Walker, that is how you do exposition. Make it easily accessible in shorter bursts, but have a strong enough surface plot that you can actually comprehend what's going on without needing to listen to anything. And this is perhaps the biggest point of contention when it comes to the writing of MGS5, the actual plot. See, MGS5 is shockingly scarce on cutscenes, which I'll address, but in-game storytelling is just as viable a tool as cinematic storytelling. Spying on a target while they reveal plans to manufacture nukes in Nova Braga that they can sell to PFs across the region, that advances the plot given how it ties into Skullface's plan. Rescuing targets to reveal that they were captured and tortured because your actions directly led to soldiers getting poisoned by a strange disease also advances the plot, as we later learned that Mafinda oil field was just a testing ground for the vocal cord parasites, which spread into the surrounding drinking water after Kiefer Snake detonated the pumps. I mean, even just seeing the Walker Gears in Africa is in-game storytelling. It's both a visual and in-game plot point that shows Skullface's influence is spreading across the globe. I've always said that a story is far more immediately interesting if it leaves you asking questions. In your pursuit of Skullface, you and the character steadily come across more and more plot points, all seemingly disconnected from one another, yet all somehow connected to Skullface. The intrigue subsequently comes from seeing just how everything fits together, like how those wind-up toys the Bionic Expert refused to make were actually walker gears and larger bipedal weapons such as Sahelanthropus, and that Skullface is actively providing a steady supply to its customers, enemy PFs. We then see these walker gears in action pretty consistently throughout the game, and see more PFs are buying what Skullface is selling, implying they'll eventually buy his much larger bipedal weapons, which he can set up with nuclear warheads. We learned that Skullface is having nuclear materials shipped into Africa, but that they're all laced with this strange metallic archaea, a corrosive substance that renders nukes inert. We later learned that those materials are all being processed into nukes at the CFA-run Nova Braga airport. Meanwhile, Skullface is using other PFs to spread rumors of nuclear arms trading to get word of mouth spreading. And then steadily, in both Afghanistan and Africa, we're teased about the existence of some strange disease that's ravaged an entire village, which involved a strange unit. We learned that village was Malik's, and that he survived by not being there when the outbreak spread. When we investigate the Mavinda oil field, a refinery owned by a shell corporation tied to Cypher, we see that Skullface has been hiding those corpses within the water, all with these strange lumps on their chests. And through rescuing a bunch of kids that the human trafficker planned to deliver to Skullface, Snake is sent into the Devil's House, where he sees firsthand Skullface's victims all being treated with parasites and headphones embedded into their throats, before eventually this all culminates in the Diamond Dogs itself being hit with the same epidemic. And between the nukes, the parasites, the bipedal weapons, and Metal Gear, the question becomes simply, how is this all connected? That's what I love about Phantom Pain's story. In your pursuit for Skullface, you uncover more plot points, and the way it all fits together is actually pretty cool. It's complex without being convoluted, and it does something different with Metal Gears. Skullface wants to create a new world order, one free from any domineering culture or native tongue, where everyone is on an equal playing field. Between Cypher's information control, America's history of cultural and racial suppression, and the fact that the only way you could make it in America is to assimilate to its culture and native tongue, Skullface deduces that for his cultural utopia to become reality, English needs to die. And so do the relics of the old world, in this case Big Boss and Zero. So after wiping out both men and finding a way to research vocal cord parasites, an old Cypher program free from Cypher's watchful eyes, Skullface conjures a scheme to restructure the international paradigm, render the nuclear powers powerless. And how does he do that? By oversaturating the nuclear arms market. First, Skullface sells walker gears to various PFs, giving them an edge against their enemies, which will make them far more inclined to purchase larger, nuclear-capable bipedal weapons from Skullface. And as it happens, Homeboy here creates cheap nukes in Africa, all laced with metallic archaea, allowing him to immediately render any nuke he sells inert whenever he wishes. So, Skullface reaches out to various PFs to spread the word of nuclear arms trading in Africa, hoping to use word of mouth to get the ball rolling. With the walker gears all serving the various PFs quite well, and talk of nukes being developed, all that's missing is a smoking gun. And that's where Sally comes in. Skullface doesn't want to use Sally as his ultimate weapon. Sally's just a marketing tool, something Skullface deploys to terrify all the world into nuclear armament, be it small nations or basic terror cells, since no one knows where Sally came from. And sure enough, once all of that happens, who's ready to sell bipedal weapons and nukes at a discount? Uncle Skullster. And with everyone and their grandmother armed with nukes, suddenly the nuclear powers of the world become powerless. Basically think Syndrome from Incredibles. Just replace superpowers with nukes, and that's Skullface's plan in a nutshell. Skullface wants to intentionally oversaturate the market so nukes no longer hold any real value. And with that power vacuum, Skullface can capitalize by turning his vocal cord parasites into the new WMD, something only he possesses and can use at any time without warning. That is what I love about Phantom Pain's story. It feels genuinely inventive, but also has what other Metal Gear games are lacking: intrigue. I like the fact that I'm actually asking frequently, where are you going with all of this? And I like even more what that grand tapestry actually looks like. And taking us along for this journey is a cast of characters whom I believe to be the strongest in the series. On paper. Venom Snake, for example, is the one protagonist I can actually take seriously. He isn't constantly asking questions, repeating everything he hears with a question mark, or growling about colonels. He's a calm, stoic man whose story is one of the saddest in the series. And while his presence is incredibly limited, when he does have actual character moments, he shines beautifully. Kaz, once a fun-loving womanizer, becomes goddamn Captain Ahab, blinded both metaphorically and literally in his pursuit of the white whale, no matter the cost. And seeing just how much he's changed, how full of hatred he is, while still managing to retain some degree of humanity, is genuinely compelling. Similarly, Ocelot as presented in this game feels like the natural evolution of what Major Ocelot from MGS3 would become. I've never liked Ocelot until MGS3. In the first two games, I thought he was a boring cliche dipshit. Not nearly as interesting or nearly as badass as the baddies around him. MGS3's Ocelot was great, but he also had an arc where he actually grew from his exposure with Big Boss. We saw him constantly taking the lessons he learned from his rival to heart. So 20 years later, Ocelot's got a much cooler head on his shoulders, and he's actually putting those lessons to practice. We still see that sadistic side, only there's a method to the madness. Not just him being a crazy one-note asshole for the hell of it. If the series has taught us anything, Mr. Backstabby here is only doing whatever he does for one person, Big Boss. So why wouldn't he bring his A game when he's finally teamed up with the guy he's had a hard-on for since MGS3? And considering how the game ends, it makes even more sense. Because Ocelot acting the way he does means when he pulls the fast one on us, for once we actually don't see it coming. Most of Code Talker's best scenes are on tape, but minus him breaking down the parasites and Wolbachia, what he has to say is both poignant and relevant. Coming from an immigrant family myself, I can personally attest to the salad bowl culture of America. Code Talker is the personification of cultural suppression. Few have had the rap as bad as Native Americans with regards to cultural genocide. And while Code Talker tends to veer towards monologue land way too much, at the very least those monologues are briefer, more relevant, and carry much more immediate, relatable history to them. With my Peace Walker review, I said that Huey was basically Otacon with no personality. Well now, Huey's a fucking sociopath, and one who still acts like a giant, disarmingly feeble nerd. The looming question with Huey is, was he really Skullface's accomplice, or was he just an unwitting patsy? Remember, in Ground Zeroes, Huey was the one who agreed to the bogus inspection without Big Boss or Coz's knowledge. He made a convincing argument for why he did it, but was that argument bullshit? And as the game goes on, we see a lot of inconsistencies unravel. The pile of lies that Huey can never seem to get straight, until it all culminates into a mutation of the epidemic that forces Snake to kill every last soldier he saved in the initial Kakongo strain epidemic. We know for a fact that Huey's a murderer, as he kills Strangelove in one of the worst ways a person can die. We know he's actively undermining Diamond Dogs by working on Sally after the fact and insisting on gamma ray sensors, which causes the mutation. There's enough to confirm that Huey is human garbage, but does that truly make him guilty? Because every bit of evidence Ocelot extracts is purely circumstantial. Convincing, sure, but still circumstantial. I mean, there is a case that, innocent or not, Huey's done more than enough that he doesn't deserve to live, but then, are the Diamond Dogs any better? For all the chaos that Huey has caused, how much chaos have Snake and his men caused for other PFs? The intel agents we rescued, for example, they were being brutalized in Mission 17 because the CFA soldiers were all killed by the tainted water Snake himself caused to leak downstream. How many soldiers do we, the player, kill left and right without any regard? How many PFs, if they had their hands on Snake, Cause, Ocelot, or anyone from Diamond Dogs, wouldn't want them just as dead as Diamond Dogs want Huey dead? And would their vengeance not be justified? That's the question. It really does feel like Kojima made an effort to tell a story where gameplay and the actions of the player actually contribute in some form or another to the plot. We get so caught up in tribalism that we forget who and what we are playing as. A mercenary who is blowing up other soldiers who have nothing to do with his war as a means to an end, which conveniently loops us right into the big bad himself, Skullface. Now, like many things with Phantom Pain, Skullster himself is incredibly polarizing. People either really like him as a main villain, or they think he's a complete joke or an absolute disappointment. But to me, Skullface is not only the best villain in the series, but one of my favorite villains in gaming, period. And for a while, I honest to God wasn't sure why. See, I never bought into that disappointing villain argument. A lot of people who claim that Skullface seemed to be this menacing character pretend that Ground Zero set him up to be this extra serious, threatening character. This cartoon character looking motherfucker who looks like Red Skull's discolored cousin. A paramilitary commander who dresses up like a fucking cowboy for reasons unknown. And monologues because he loves the sound of his own voice, and being a faux philosopher. Yeah, this was the threatening, deadly, serious villain. The zombie cowboy. See, I'm honestly baffled because the Skullface established in Ground Zeroes is the Skullface we got in Phantom Pain. Guy who shows up for a few minutes, does fuck all, and is infinitely more interesting on tape than he is in person. I mean, I'm sure most of us expected we'd at least get a boss fight with him, but I'll touch on that shortly. I shouldn't like Skullface, because he kinda represents the worst qualities of any MGS villain. Every scene between him and the main protagonist is one-sided. His characterization is dog shit, hence the need for that fucking Jeep scene. And he's barely in the goddamn game, only showing up in 5 missions out of a 39 mission long video game. 6 if you include Ground Zeroes. So why do I like him? Well, the first and most obvious reason is the simple fact that he's striking. Cartoonish as he may be, I've never actually seen a character like Skullface before. One who looks the way he does yet carries himself with this oddly mercurial physicality, courtesy of motion capture actor Blake Crawford. Every single time he's on screen, he immediately has my attention, in a way few MGS villains ever have. Skullface merely being on screen in these visually interesting cutscenes, the way he walks, talks, and the facial capture work from James Horan, creates this enigmatic individual who you can just watch and be mesmerized by. It also helps that until Mission 30, Skullface's cutscenes are refreshingly brief, yet manage to all say a lot about him with very little in the way of dialogue. His intro shows he feels no fear in the face of his greatest enemy. The hangar scene shows that even evil has standards. Sally's reveal shows that this motherfucker is hammier than Porky Pig. And the Devil's House reveals that he feels some degree of respect towards his victims, genuinely honoring them in death as opposed to mocking them the way others would. And while he's a commander, when caught off guard, he's immediately ready to throw down and get his hands dirty. Too bad that never happened. It's only in Mission 30 where everything kind of goes full-on Kojima mode, and not in a good way. But even then, badly written as that scene is, I'm still somehow hanging on to Skullface's every word because James Huron's voice is like butter. And like Ground Zeroes, it's in the tapes where Skullface truly shines. While he barely has 10 cutscenes in the entirety of MGS5, the tapes in both Ground Zeroes and the Phantom Pain alone give Skullface more time than any MGS villain before him, running at over an hour's worth of audio plays with Skullface, where we hear him doing what he does best, breaking people. Seriously, no MGS villain has ever given me chills the way the Bell tape with Code Talker did.
No! What are you doing? I am not afraid. I probably have every language strain inside of me, meaning all the world's languages are already lost to me. But that suits me fine.
Sure, every other villain might have way more badass moments, but in a series where everyone and their dog is a badass, it's these more intimate moments that stick with me just a little bit more.
Consider this my thanks. What are you, Catch? No! Well then, I'm afraid it really is goodbye this time, Code Talker. Huh? There is no soldier. Huh. Now where did he run off to? Huh? Guess he wasn't as obedient as I thought. There never was any soldier. So long. You! How dare you!
But what truly elevated Skullface for me as a villain was the way he impacted the world around him. Sure, he's barely in the game, but his presence is felt on a near constant basis. Everything ties back to Skullface. Even if he isn't physically present, his actions linger the more we follow the breadcrumbs he left behind. Like a parasite, Skullface has infected the world around him. He's everywhere and nowhere at the exact same time. And even when he's finally dead, his presence is still felt. In fact, by all accounts, he's the only villain in the entire series to have the last laugh in death. His parasites end up killing everyone you saved in Chapter 1, and by then he's way too dead to answer for his crimes, meaning it's far too late to exact any sort of revenge against him. As I said with Cold Pants, the reason a villain doesn't work for me, among many things, is if I can't see how they came to the conclusions they did. Batshit as Skullface's plans are, not only can I follow the train of logic to see how Skullface's hellish upbringing led him to the mindset he developed, but in a twisted sort of way his plans kinda make sense. As I mentioned, I come from an immigrant family. My grandmother, God rest her soul, spoke maybe 6 words of English despite living in America for over 40 years, because she was deeply Islamic and religious, but literally had a 3rd grader's education. But despite not knowing the language of this land, she forged really strong, lifelong friendships with people she couldn't even communicate with. Now, I understand Farsi well enough. I can't speak it all that well, but I do understand it and can hold a conversation if I have to. But due to her use of a more ancient Afghani dialect, in my 30-plus years that I knew her, I'd never had a real conversation with her. Yet I was closer to her than arguably any of my siblings or cousins since I spent the most time with her, even as some of them actually could sort of speak her language. To quote Skullface, no words were needed. Companionship isn't something that can only be forged through a shared common tongue. And it wasn't just with her. I worked in Gilroy for over 10 years as a money market agent. Half the people in that city didn't speak a lick of English, and yet I got along just fine with all of them. In fact, my shittiest, most frustrating customers were all white trash hillbillies who kept trying to cash fake checks, not the immigrants sending hard-earned cash to Mexico via Western Union. The idea that Skullface wants to bring people together by eradicating language barriers is a unique motivation. Due to my own upbringing, I can see some degree of truth to it. And even still, Skullface is a giant hypocrite. suppressing culture and languages to prevent cultural suppression. He's the very thing he loathes, and that combined with his methods is what makes him a villain. He's a self-serving son of a bitch, but honestly thinks that his goals are noble, and in a sick sort of way, I can kinda see why. And that is my favorite kind of villain. The villain who is the hero of his own story, even if he isn't physically doing fun shit the way Vulcan or Liquid Ocelot were. Because here's the other thing, all the reasons people hate this guy could apply to just about any other MGS villain to date. The fact that every MGS villain has to have their big "what are you really after" monologue at the end of every MGS game is proof of that, because the journey itself would have already steadily, organically elaborated all this information bit by bit, instead of dumping it all on us at once. If a villain is truly characterized the right way, then by the end the information has already revealed itself, so we don't have to have it all spelled out for us bit by bit ad nauseum by the villain themselves. When your bad guy has to sit you down for over 12 minutes and say, oh, by the way, here is all my backstory, here's why I'm only doing this, you have failed. Think about it. What actual meaningful back and forth does any MGS protagonist have with any MGS antagonist? In every single scene, it's almost always the main villain doing all of the talking for them. The only real difference between him and the rest of the villains is the absence of a boss fight, which is a problem, but not one that lessens the character. I wish he had more screen time, sure, that he had more meaningful scenes with Venom Snake, and that he had a fucking boss fight. But as a character, Skullface is one of the greats as far as I'm concerned. And while much more could have been done with him or any of these characters, I still enjoy the vast majority of them and the journey they all took within Phantom Pain just fine. So then, why is it that every single bit of praise I have for the writing in this game comes with an asterisk? Well, because MGS5 is both the most well-written MGS game by a wide margin and the most frustrating by an even wider margin. Everything that I love about the writing or story within this game is completely undermined by a mixture of questionable priorities, logic within the world, underdeveloped ideas, and bad ideas. Every single time the story has me hooked, it finds a way to fuck it up. Much as I liked the plot itself, once the big picture was revealed, another question loomed over my head. If Skullface's true plan, his real endgame, is to eradicate the English language, why does he even need to oversaturate the nuclear arms market? He already has the English strain, so what's stopping him from just infecting a few willing bodies and inserting them into English-speaking cities? How does one relate to the other? I mean, for fuck's sake, we are literally living this goddamn nightmare as we speak. We see how fast a fucking virus spreads. And in contrast, if Skullface wants to render the nuclear powers powerless on a global scale, then why bother with the parasites at all? It just feels like the only real reason the nuke side of this story exists is because without it, there's no titular Metal Gear in this Metal Gear game. And without the parasites, there's no chance for Kojimbob to deliver his on-the-nose sermon about language and culture. Taken individually, each one can carry a story, but lumped together, neither one really gets their fair due. I mean, you could do both, but MGS5's handling is kind of a mess. The campaign constantly juggles between missions that connect to the parasites and missions that connect to Metal Gear, with no proper lead-in from one point to the next. It doesn't help that in Chapter 1, there's a good few missions that don't connect to anything, and would have honestly just been better off left for Chapter 2. Because that's when the missions are meant to be aimless, since that's the state that Diamond Dogs is in at that point. Pacing was a big point of criticism for the way the plot was conveyed. And that isn't even getting into what a mess Chapter 2's progression was. There are 7 missions in Chapter 2, and about 10 or so story-related side ops. But sprinkled in between is this stupid fucking progression system, where nothing is triggered unless you visit Mother Base to trigger cutscenes that trigger yellow side ops, or listen to the yellow tapes. And in some of the later missions, just bum around in the open world doing any 3 side ops or any 3 main ops. Hence why Chapter 2 is largely dominated by completely optional repeating missions. And yes, as you can see, you don't need to play these missions to finish the game. But honestly, the more I think about it, can you really blame anyone for not knowing that? Let's be real, it's not like this game is in any hurry to let you know that this shit is completely optional, and mainly there for 100% completionists, especially when missions stop triggering normally the way they've been doing up to Chapter 1. And on the subject, did this game need to be sectioned off into chapters? By labeling them as such, you build expectations, and no one in this world expects a game to end on Chapter 2. Hence all this bullshit about a missing 3rd chapter, even though there's literally no plot points left unresolved that would warrant an entire 3rd chapter. I know Peace Walker did that, but in Peace Walker, it actually made sense, since each act was a chapter. The prologue, Act 1, 2, 3, and its epilogue, accounting for 5 chapters in total. And when you really break Phantom Pain down, it follows that exact same structure despite being episodic. The prologue, or Chapter 1 in Peace Walker's case, would be Ground Zeroes and Awakening. This is where we established the world before, showing how everyone is getting by before the inciting incident happens, i.e. the fall of MSF. Act 1, or Chapter 2, missions 1 through 12, or the Afghanistan sequence. This is where you establish all the key players, the main villain, and the main thread of the story. Act 2, or Chapter 3, missions 13 through 29, or the Africa sequence. This is where the bulk of everything goes down. Heroes pursue the main villain, face tribulations, reach their low point, in this case the epidemic, have a revelation, in this case they find Code Talker and realize how to save everyone and how to stop Skullface. Act 2 is also the largest act of any film you'll ever watch, which sure enough it is here as well. Act 3, or Chapter 4, missions 30 and 31, the climax. Good guys defeat the bad guy and stomp out his plans before they can come to fruition, in this case eliminating Skullface and destroying Sally. And finally, the epilogue, Chapter 2, or by Peace Walker's logic, Chapter 5. This establishes the world after. We get a mixture of tying up loose ends left from Chapter 1 and glimpses of the life of Diamond Dogs where there's no more enemy to pursue, a war without end. Kaz is still bitter and needs an enemy, hence focusing his hatred on Huey. And true to the larger themes of the game, everything we accomplish is more or less undone. Everyone we save from the epidemic dies despite our efforts, all the kids get away to become child soldiers, and Eli steals Sally never to be caught. That's a perfect structure to relay the plot. But the order in which certain missions play out doesn't fully make sense or organically lead into the next series of plot points. See, the first few missions after Diamond Dogs may not connect to a larger story directly, but they make sense where they are from a gameplay perspective, since they establish the main mission types: rescue, elimination, and demolition. Hence why you can do any of them in any order you wish. Red Brass makes sense because it introduces the escalation system and shows that your actions have a ripple effect on your enemies, which has an in-game effect from that point on. But what reason is there for Occupation Forces, Back Up Back Down, Aim True Ye Vengeful, or Retake the Platform to be in Chapter 1? None of them connect to anything. In fact, saving the FOB tutorial, which is one of the best missions in the game by the way, for Chapter 2 would have made so much more sense since the epilogue of the game is called Race, which can be interpreted as, I don't know, nuclear arms race, emphasized via FOB. A few disconnected missions in the middle of things might not seem like a big deal, but there's another mission that didn't belong in Chapter 1, which kinda leads into a much bigger problem with Phantom Pain's story, namely the ending to its main story, aka Chapter 1. This mission being shoehorned into Chapter 1 doesn't just hurt the game's pacing, it damn near ruins the entire story. I'm referring of course to Mission 23, the White Mamba. This mission occurs right before the Kakongo epidemic happens. Eli comes completely out of nowhere, has absolutely nothing to do with anything going on up to that point, then contributes nothing except optional cutscenes where he acts like a little jackass. So why is this mission in Chapter 1? Because Kojim Bob needed to introduce Eli early so he could be involved in the climax, that's why. And the climax of the main story, aka Chapter 1, is, for lack of a better word, infuriating. On the gameplay front, Mission 30 is the single best final level of any MGS game to date. The level design of OKB0 is sublime, offering a wide variety of differing paths to each of its main checkpoints. It's not only under heavy guard, with more variety in XOF's gear than the Marines of Camp Omega, but OKB0 accommodates all playstyles perfectly. It's brilliant to play, but the logistics behind this mission are dog shit. First of all, why is the objective make contact with Skullface? Why do we have to find out what his plans are before we kill him? In case Kojima himself forgot, the gang more or less spelled out what they think Skullface's plan is after Mission 29. They even know that Skullface is only at OKB0 to start the launch of Sally, and think they know what Skullface intends to do with the parasites because of Code Talker. Sure, they got one part wrong, but they don't know that. And even then, what do they give a shit? His plans don't matter if he's dead. In fact, if you go on your iDroid and click on the briefing, Skullface is even marked as elimination target, as in the time for talk is over. This is supposed to be where we take this fucker out. So why do they carry on as if they're going in blind? Why do they act like they have no clue where Sally is, even when Snake himself saw the fucking thing being housed at Sirach Power Plant? Wouldn't they send a team to the plant to go check it out? When Skullface and his team capture us, that's exactly where Sally is. Right where the fucking guy left it. More importantly, how in the fuck does Eli sneak onto a chopper? They don't have any visible storage compartments, right? And why wouldn't they just head back to try and drop the little prick off back home? This little prick, of course, who has been renowned for trying to sabotage shit. It's not like Kiefer Snake's chopper is getting delayed, right? And Eli's whole reason for heading out? A botched escape plan. That's it. This sequence is so infuriatingly contrived, and it's contrived for one simple reason: to get Eli to hijack Metal Gear through Baby Mantis. Nothing about any of this feels natural. It's a series of nonsense designed exclusively to get all the pieces together, regardless of how we got all the pieces there was total bullshit or not. The payoff of which is the worst Deus Ex Machina I've ever seen in a video game. Kiefer Snake's in the hangar because rather than just kill him, Skullface would much rather let Fire Guy do it because revengeance. But because Eli's a kid and he's within range of Mantis, his hatred for Big Boss supersedes Volgan's and Skullface's hatreds, letting him take control of Mantis and use him to power up Sally. And Eli proceeds to use Sally to completely obliterate XOF, crush Fire Guy, and take out Skullface, wiping out all of the big bads in one fell swoop. And as a result, the big finale becomes all about him trying to kill Snake, not the main villain. Eli, this insufferable brat who contributed nothing to the main story, wipes out the main villain who's been driving everything and by proxy becomes the final boss. Why? Because he's Liquid Snake, that's why. Doesn't matter if Liquid doesn't even fit into the main story of Phantom Pain. Doesn't matter that Liquid is a one-dimensional villain whose past was never worth exploring in the first place. He's Kojima's favorite. And therefore, the ending should be all about him, not the villain who was actually set up since Ground Zeroes. Not the genuinely interesting bad guy who we just found out moments prior was Big Boss's shadow and Snake Eater, backing him up behind the scenes. No, Eli's where it's at, right? This ending undercuts the entire journey. We finally saw how all the pieces connect together, and finally built up the strength to confront Skullface and XOF head-on, only for utterly random events to cause the resolution. So what the fuck was even the point? Why bother putting all of these pieces together if it's all just gonna blow up right at the home stretch because of a completely random character? Everyone can bitch and moan about how MGS5 doesn't have Mission 51, how Konami should have given Kojimbo-san another 17 years to finish his magnum opus. Well, guess what? Mission 51 and an entire third other chapter wouldn't fix this ending. It wouldn't change the fact that Kojima undercut his main villain and deflates the entire story leading up to that point. So who cares about Mission 51 when Mission 31 screws the pooch? And I already hear people saying it. Duh, that's the point. You're not supposed to be satisfied by the way everything plays out because vengeance is never satisfying. In fact, Kojima says as much in the piggyback. Revenge is supposed to be an empty gesture, and you can't convey those themes if the main villain has a boss fight you can jump into and confront him directly. Look, there's a difference between being symbolically unsatisfying and just being straight up unsatisfying. MGS5's ending and story as a result is the latter. Kojima's so concerned about making some artistic point, he doesn't give a shit if that point comes at the expense of the story as a whole. Ask yourself honestly, for a game as long as MGS5 is, what would you rather see be the payoff here? Having all of these plot points come together, seeing your main hero who has built himself up to be strong enough to face the main villain organically overcome the obstacles, thus showing their strength and taking the big bad down a peg, or for all that buildup getting tossed out the window for a non-sequitur Deus Ex Machina to solve everything instead, and have the final fight be against a character who just got introduced and contributed nothing, but it's okay because he'll be important in another story 20 years from now. Are you seriously gonna sit there and tell me with a straight face that's good writing? Having random chance be the de facto resolution to a long-ass journey. I'm not adverse to subverting expectations, but sometimes things are conventional and expected because that's what makes for a better experience. And if you're gonna subvert that, then what you replace the expected outcome with needs to be of equal or greater value than what we otherwise would have gotten. And what we ended up getting instead of a final confrontation with Skullface wasn't a better alternative. It was dog shit. Not the boss fight itself, but the scenario around it. Like, it's not only bad, it's shockingly bad. And it doesn't end there. Kojima wants our revenge against Skullface to feel empty, but he also forgot to make it feel personal. It was personal for me, the player, because the Kakongo strain epidemic was one of the few times I felt directly attacked and wanted payback. But the same isn't true for Kiefer Snake or McFiddler. Kaz prattles on and on about revenge, but that's all talk. We never once see him and Snake really stew in their situation. We never see them actively suffering, beyond the few key moments that come and go faster than a sparrow fart in the wind. Doesn't help that for all the great moments Skullface has with other characters on tape, there isn't a single interesting scene between him and Snake. You know, the man hell-bent on getting revenge against this guy. In fact, this is the only line of dialogue Snake has with Skullface in the entirety of MGS5.
There were 3. Where's the other?
Very close to you.
And let's not forget this fucking scene. Now, this scene is dog shit. Just bad, 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 fucking bad. But not for the reasons you're thinking. First of all, let's think of the logistics here. This game is retroactively deciding that we can't fight all these soldiers all at once, even though in-game we sure as hell can. But even if, for the sake of argument, Snake couldn't, Kaz and friends have choppers overhead. Those choppers have guns. Kaz outright says later on to get into the line of fire. Didn't Snake say he'd need backup? Where's his backup? It makes no sense that they risk letting Snake get captured when they have no guarantee Skullface won't just kill him now that Snake's completely at his mercy. Also, given how closely Skullface keeps the English strain on him at all times, was there any reason it's just randomly in the Jeep he and Snake ride on? He was on his way out via chopper, so he just randomly left it in some Jeep unguarded? I know I'm not supposed to think about any of this stuff and just enjoy the cutscene, but oh, by the way, that's an actual quote from the piggyback. We can't have a boss fight here, so enjoy the cutscene. And I enjoyed it, Kojima, just not for the reason you're thinking. See, everyone who bitches about this scene being terrible does so because they say it's awkward. Seeing these two just sitting there in a static shot. No background music, no cinematics of Kiefer Snake glaring angrily at Skullface, or rolling concept art to make the giant info dump more interesting, visually at least. After all, the other entirely one-sided big villain monologues are great, aren't they? Except they aren't. Kojima's great at coming up with these really unique and memorable villains. He's not great at characterizing them, though. And the mere fact that scenes like this Jeep ride even exist is a testament to that. It exists to do three things. 1. Get all of Skullface's characterization and development out of the way. 2. Reveal Skullface's backstory and motivation. And finally, 3. Reveal Skullface's true master plan. Doing all of this shit at the home stretch so that by the time we get to Mission 31, we aren't left in the dark wondering what Skullface was after. Just one thing. We had an entire fucking game to pepper all of this information in, didn't we? That's what I mean when I said Kojima is shit when it comes to showing, not telling. All of this is telling. He's either too uninterested or too inept to steadily and organically reveal the crucial information throughout the journey, or to do so without the villain literally spelling it out for us. But that's the thing. People act like this is an MGS5 exclusive problem, but it's a Metal Gear Solid problem, a Kojima problem. Every game he's ever written ends with a "what are you really after" monologue. That's the testament to just how bad Kojima actually is at developing his characters. Are people really so beholden to PowerPoint presentations, background music, and B-roll footage that they don't catch this or what? Because beat for beat, this is exactly how MGS3 ended. Why are you doing this? What are you really after? What is your backstory? All those plot points Skullstar drops on us in his Jeep ride, we get from the boss as well. That's what I mean when I say Kojima is shit at characterization. The only difference besides presentation value is that the boss actually had a final boss fight at the end of her 12.5-minute long monologue. And yes, I know this one sequence is getting way more time dedicated towards it, but that's because this sequence of events genuinely ruined the story for me. All of that great buildup I was just talking about, and boom, no payoff whatsoever. None. Diamond Dogs doesn't get to take Skullface and XOF down. Snake doesn't outsmart this cunning villain who has remained 2 steps ahead at every turn. After all of that wait to see how it all comes to an end, it all just flounders and lets random bullshit sort everything out. That's the point you're not supposed to be satisfied because Phantom Pain argument is horseshit. Chapter 2 exists. We get to live the game without an enemy to focus our hatred on, and lest we forget, Mission 43 still happens. And the man behind the word worms is already too dead to get any payback on. This boss omission is yet another example of Kojima being detrimentally redundant. If you care more about making some misguided, unnecessary point than you do telling a satisfying story, maybe your priorities as a writer are a bit fucked up. To be a writer, you have to be willing to kill your darlings. It doesn't matter how much thought you put into any one character or idea. If your story is better off without it, kill it dead. And Kojima is terrible at that. Yes, we know there are plenty of cut concepts, usually for budget, time, or not meshing with his larger vision, but not where it matters most. Kojima's the kind of writer who takes everything and chucks it into a big fat stew. Doesn't matter if they mesh or not. The auteur doesn't stifle their vision, even if it's tunnel vision. Like Quiet's attire, for example. Look, Kojima wasn't trying to be provocative or artistic. Quiet dresses the way she does because Kojima liked big boobies. And the problem is that it turns what could be a cool character into an immediate embarrassment. Because how in the ever-loving batfuck are we supposed to take any of this seriously? Is anything honestly lost if Quiet is given a cool sneaking suit? Is she at all lessened as a character if she isn't dressed in fetish gear, getting sexualized by the cinematography at every turn, or bouncing everywhere she steps? It can't make her any worse of a character, that's for sure, because Quiet's a mess, and she didn't need to be. See, Kojima wanted to create a partner we, the players, grow attached to, hence her functional value as an in-game buddy. The more we lean on her in combat, the more we bond with her, and unlock new skills to put into action. That's A-OK game design. I actually really like that system, and while I never really used her, when I did to unlock Mission 45, our missions together were fun. She's great backup. Just one problem, and it's a recurring problem throughout this game. While I'm personally attached to Quiet functionally, I see no reason why Snake is characteristically. Quiet's an entirely optional character. You can opt to leave her after you beat her, straight up kill her, or capture her like some kinky Pokemonster. But the way her presence is included is bad. Because she's optional, Kojima didn't want to have to alter too much of the main story if the players chose not to take her in. So instead, her presence throughout the game boils down to a select few optional cutscenes where she saunters around and everybody talks about how cool she is. All the while, every scene is completely disconnected from the main story except two, that knife and mouth scene and her revealing to old Burger Man that she's got the English strain in her body. That's it. And those few cutscenes are supposed to be enough to genuinely believe that by the time she makes that sacrifice, there's a thing between her and Kiefer Snake. She's in love with the boss, right? Yeah, I'm not buying that because it's yet another example of telling, not showing. Maybe if she were actually in more cutscenes, maybe if we saw the relationship start off with friction but steadily evolve and have more scenes of them really relying on each other, really caring for one another, then this might have been believable, but that ain't what happened. And that's kind of a larger problem. Quiet shouldn't have been optional. She should have been fully integrated into the main story. It's clear Kojima wants her to be. The piggyback even reinforces this point again and again. Do not kill Quiet. Well, if you don't want us to kill her, why give us the option? It's not even like the game acknowledges our choices. We miss a few optional cutscenes, but Skullface will still say the last strain is very, very close to you, even if you never even recruited Quiet. This is what I mean when I say Kojima trying to do too much at once does more harm than good. He wanted Quiet's fate to be open to us, but the game never acknowledges our choice, so why bother giving it to us in the first place? Just make her a primary character and give her the screen time she deserves so that by the time Mission 45 rolls along, this admittedly effective ending feels genuinely earned. As is, she goes from two-time failed assassin to just randomly deciding to help Snake out. Then everyone except Kaz acts like Quiet ain't so bad and that Kaz is the one being unreasonable when in fact he's the only one making sense. Why the hell would Snake or Ocelot trust a Proto-Skull who twice now failed to kill Kiefer Snake? And why does Ocelot always side with Quiet? That's what I'm talking about when I say the logistics of MGS5 are just all fucked up. Speaking of Mission 45, this entire setup is completely contrived. So Quiet decides she's just gonna up and run after we max out our bond with her. Then she surrenders herself to the pissed off Soviets she's been capping off one by one, and somehow they overpower her enough to get this near rape scene going, just for her to brutally wipe them out in time for us to see and then wage war with an entire armada of the 40th Army? Nothing leads into this or makes sense. This moment just happens, and Quiet, who we've seen shrug off a whole bunch of shit, suddenly can't shrug off certain attacks until she can. Like Skullface's demise, this all just feels like really contrived, nonsensical gibberish. Meant to get us in the moment when Quiet has to speak for the first time to save Snake, sacrificing herself for his sake, regardless of how all those points got into motion. But there isn't enough screen time between them where it feels believable that she would sacrifice herself. Especially since Code Talker claims she was still mulling over if she really wanted revenge against Snake or not, which is never indicated throughout the entire campaign. That's Kojima's biggest problem. He has moments in his head, and he wants to see those moments through to the end, but lacks the ability to get us to those moments in any organic fashion. He'll contrive the lamest, most nonsensical scenarios, logic be damned, if it means he gets all of those moments, unearned though they may be. And it really is a shame because again, the ideas are sound. But Kojima's inability to consolidate means he tries to do too much at once, diluting the meat of what he was going for in the first place. And Quiet in turn feels like one of those many, many wasted opportunities in this game, squandered as a result of Kojima Bob's inability to focus. The same applies for much of his subplots. Everyone acts like Kaz is some paranoid nuther, where he's suspecting everybody and his paranoia is getting out of control, and nothing is done with that. Outside of a select few scenes, we don't see Kaz really all that paranoid. I mean, he's on the level 9 times out of 10. Never overly suspicious or causing rifts among the ranks. There's a lot of talk about paranoia, but no payoff. Like so many things in MGS, it's all tell, no show. Like the epidemic, and boy how fucking topical is that. Part of why adversity felt lacking in Phantom Pain is because all too often, the game is acknowledging us, the players, and completely bypassing Snake himself. We feel the effects of the Kakongo strain because it negatively impacts our experience. The more soldiers die, the less functions we have, but at no point does Snake even talk about the epidemic. There isn't a single cutscene to show the effects of the Kakongo strain on the men and main characters until after it's resolved. How am I supposed to feel for the main characters when we never see them impacted by the turmoil? It just happens. No time to sit and stew, just go back in the field and deal with it. These are the scenes you need to be visualizing, because this is supposed to be the low point of the story for these guys. And no, I don't mean turning every single fucking codec call into a cutscene. Contrary to what every single ill-informed YouTuber or pundit claimed, no, exposition dumps are not where the story happens. Granted, I can see why it would be very easy to confuse the two when that's literally every other cutscene in this series. But again, exposition is not story. Moments like these were scenes we needed to see. We needed to see how characters react, how it affects them, especially guys like Kiefer Snake, who has an odd, fatherly love for his soldiers. But without those moments, there's no real gut punch to any of these low points. Again, this isn't just a Phantom Pain problem. Every MGS game has this issue, but it feels somehow worse in this game because if nothing else, the key moments in other games do get that visualization. Finding Strangelove's corpse in that mammal pod, that's an image that would have stuck. Or how about the fact that Skullface actually was present in Cyprus, watching the operation go down while he personally made contact with Mantis and Fire Guy after the chase, gain control of Baby Mantis and use him as a battery for Metal Gear. So why is that scene only talked about after the fact? Why not show us a brief 40-second cutscene where Skullface strides in and collects his prize? Why are we getting overblown cutscenes of people getting gunned down that could have been done in-game instead? Even non-plot heavy moments, like when Snake takes Sally and reveals why he did it.
Boss, why keep it?
It's a mark. Us Diamond Dogs, we don't have a country to call home. That means we have no past, nothing to prove that we lived. Every one of us threw it all away when we came here. Sahelanthropus is a symbol to show that the likes of us brought at least one crisis to its end.
A mark in history.
That's a great moment, because it shows that Kiefer Snake still views his actions as some degree of altruism. A proof that he and his men did something good with their lives, that he isn't fully jaded just yet. So why are moments like these, which inform on the character, sidelined? And that's the much bigger issue with the characterization in Phantom Pain. So much of Kiefer Snake's characterization is implicit, not at the forefront. And you need a nice balance of both, which the game does not have. Like the Paz side story, this was a really well executed bit of introspective on Kiefer Snake. We think Paz survived, and the goal is to chase down the series of crazed Mother Base soldiers to find photos to share with Paz while her memory starts to piece together. Her chipper attitude steadily vanishes, her diaries become less innocent, and eventually, it culminates in her learning the truth, or rather, Snake himself learning the truth. That Paz really did die that day, and that this entire sequence is all in Snake's head. What Paz is saying is really what Snake thinks and feels. It essentially proves that Snake realizes revenge is meaningless, because Paz is still dead, and so are all the men from Ground Zeroes. He doesn't look back with rage like Kaz. He chooses to look back on the MSF days with fondness, and that's a really refreshing insight. But then it's just over, and Snake never once shows that he actually does look back with fondness, that he realizes revenge is meaningless. This subplot proves that, sure, but what's the payoff with the character himself? He looks back on those days with happy memories. That's never reflected in the game. He realizes revenge is meaningless. He goes along with it anyway, showing complete and utter indifference from start to finish. Think about all Snake has endured. He was in a coma for 9 years and awoke to a brand new world, missing out on an entire fifth of his life. His arm was blown off. He's got shrapnel in his brain. There are pieces of other men lodged into his body. And this isn't even factoring into the journey of MGS5 itself, or the truth, which we'll get into. Snake is carrying more weight on his shoulders in this game than every other protagonist combined. Yet we never once get any sort of reflection. Not once is there a single scene in the entire game where the truth of his hell hits him, or he ever reflects on just how much he's actually lost. It's all about getting to the next mission, never taking a moment to stop and catch his breath. And those are the moments in any story that matter most. You can have an intricate story with a message about culture, the futility of revenge, and surround that story with inherently interesting characters. But what good is any of that if you don't do anything with these characters? This is a larger issue with the series, but the sheer volume of horrible shit everyone endures, only to just gloss over it because they got a job to do, makes it far more problematic in this game. Because why even have such enormous losses and heartache if there's no moments when that ache ever feels like it's grown too daunting? Which leads into the truth, and this is where things took a turn for a lot of people. After all is said and done, after Huey is exiled for just being the worst, Ocelot mutters these words.
One day he'll see through the lies he's built up, realize what kind of man he really is. What goes around comes around. You can't run from yourself forever.
Then we find out that there's one more mission left. Mission 46, the man who sold the world. It's that shitty fucking hospital mission all over again, minus one of the only good parts, and with new cutscenes at the start and the end, revealing that the Snake we've been playing as all game long isn't Big Boss after all, but the medic from Ground Zeroes. A man said to be Snake's most skilled soldier. Basically, he's not just a medic, he's a stand-in for the player. It's Kojima's painfully on-the-nose way of saying, you've been with us since the very beginning, now this legend is whatever you make it out to be. You are Big Boss now. And this was the make-or-break moment for many fans. Many hated this twist, calling it slapdash, random, and a big fat lie to the men become demons promise that the trailer alludes to, yada yada yada. On the flip side, many loved this twist, saying it was a great way to draw the series to a close in a way only Kojima could. I'm in neither camp. What I ultimately decided on was that I like the idea and the implications, just not the execution. Like far as plot twists go, this is the one and only twist in the entire series I genuinely like. It doesn't undermine itself the way S3 did, nor did it render the entire journey moot the way Big Boss's return in MGS4 did. Venom Pain's plot twist does what a good plot twist is supposed to do. It lends the entire journey up to that point a whole new context, and lends it even more weight. Suddenly, it isn't Big Boss facing his largest threat yet. It's a man who is manipulated into fighting someone else's fight for them. It also succeeds in doing what I hoped Venom Pain would do by the end. It made me hate Big Boss. I didn't want to come out of this game pitying a filthy warmonger. I wanted to despise him. I hate Big Boss because his vanity is so grand, he not only let an entire hospital full of people get turned into Swiss cheese just to act as a human shield between XOF and his body double, despite having 2 weeks' knowledge of an attack, but he also thinks that robbing the medic of the identity he had beforehand to become Big Boss is an honor. Big Boss is so in love with his legend that he thinks sharing it with someone else is kindness, as opposed to what it really is, stripping a man of his agency and very being. Big Boss has finally become so deluded that he buys into his own hype, and suddenly his moral compass is non-existent. This isn't as overt as Guy kills innocent people Captain Walker style, but it works perfectly for the journey we've set up to this point. Big Boss would be corrupt and backwards enough to let this all happen. Sure, some get hung up because Big Boss's role in this game is passive. After all, this was Zero's plan, and Ocelot was the one who carried it out. But the quote Kiefer Snake himself?
Whether or not you formulated the plan is irrelevant. You authorized it. You're delusional.
The real plot twist of MGS5 isn't that it's Big Boss becoming a bastard. It was that Big Boss was already a bastard and we just didn't notice. Like his men, we were enamored by his charm and goofiness. So much so that we didn't think it was weird that he had a child soldier on his team, or when he decided to create his own Metal Gear. And how many people even commented on the fact that he and his men were making up a cover story to hide Zeke? See, Huey might be human shit, but he's dead right. Everything went to hell because of Big Boss's vanity. Why did Big Boss want a nuke? To make his group more than an army, a nation of soldiers. But why did Outer Heaven need to be a nation? Why couldn't they just stay nomads, going wherever the winds of war took them? They'd still get to fight because they were needed in conflicts, doing favors for guerrillas, smaller governments, self-perpetuating their business, and so on. Big Boss is kind of like Scarface when you think about it. The more you want, the more you perpetuate your own downfall. Like Robert Loggia said, the guys who want it all don't last. By declaring his army a nation and arming himself with a nuke, Big Boss essentially waged war with the times itself and lost. Sure, Skullface had an agenda and wiping Big Boss out was just one part of that, but if it wasn't Skullface, it would have been someone else. Outside of the world of MGS, would you ever personally feel comfortable knowing a group of unsanctioned, disillusioned mercenaries had a nuke and a means to launch it? MSF had no right or need to be a nation. Their army was their home, and their goals were already met. Fight for causes they believe in, not what any government tells them to believe in. This was Big Boss's ego driving him, nothing more. No nobility or heroism, just an arrogant man who thought he knew better than everyone else, oblivious to the fact that he was becoming the very thing he'd been fighting all his life. That's exactly how Big Boss's story should have ended, and what each game was building towards. On top of that is the fact that this twist in MGS5 as a whole does an excellent job of finally differentiating Big Boss from Solid Snake. Snake was a man who didn't care much for legends, least of all his own. But when the chips were down, even when he was at his lowest and faced his greatest threats yet, he carried the weight of the world on his feeble shoulders and fought past his limits. Solid Snake was a hero who actually lived up to the legend others perpetuated about him. And in contrast, what we learned through MGS5 is that Big Boss is really more legend than man. While still a remarkably impressive soldier, his greatest achievements weren't all they seemed. We learned that Skullface was watching his back in MGS3. And of all the retcons the series has done, that was one that actually worked for me. Skullface's job is one you wouldn't know was even being done if he was doing it right. He was the support Big Boss needed to do all the things he did, and without Skullface or XOF acting as backup, Big Boss probably would have failed. And we later learned that all the legends that the soldiers of Solid Snake's era prattled on about were in fact the work of punished Kiefer Snake. Skullface built up Big Boss's past, and Kiefer Snake built up Big Boss's future. And unlike Snake, Big Boss did value his legend. Enough so that he allowed Kiefer Snake to play the role of Big Boss for 11 years, and when he died after Metal Gear 1, Big Boss proceeded to essentially envelop all of Kiefer Snake's accomplishments unto himself as his own legend. Big Boss willfully used Kiefer Snake to spread his meme, and as Ocelot himself said, one day there would only ever be one Big Boss to take all the glory. Kiefer Snake's story is honestly one of the most horrifying and saddest ones in the entire series. This was a dude who was betrayed and manipulated by the one man he truly believed in, who saved the world and essentially ceased to exist. By becoming Big Boss, Kiefer Snake was stripped of his own identity, his own sliver of history. Everything he achieved when he became Venom Snake, the world would think Big Boss achieved. Imagine if all the good things you did in this world was credited to some dipshit instead. Imagine if every time you looked in the mirror, you saw someone else's face staring back at you. That's what I love about the idea behind this twist. It's so fucked up and creates a brand new character whose journey is simultaneously set in stone, yet new at the same time. It allows me to both hate Big Boss and feel immense sympathy for a man who, by the end of his journey, lost himself, hence fading into the mist of obscurity. It's also great since Kiefer Snake doesn't act like the Big Boss we've known all this time. He doesn't have a lot of superfluous dialogue. He isn't socially awkward. He never geeks out or makes an ass of himself. He's a bona fide stoic, and that makes sense because this is a man who's stuck in a haze state, which is why it's such a shame that the actual execution of this twist is messy. See, the idea that the player is Big Boss is a great one. It allows for a lot of in-game storytelling, hence why missions are all open-ended. These missions are how we spread Big Boss's legend. It's the fantastical, water-cooler ways in which we pull off these missions that we spread the power of Big Boss's image to the world. But that only works in-game. In story, the game is constantly bypassing Kiefer Snake to address the player directly. But unlike the gameplay, we're an observer to the story, not a participant. We personally have no say in how anything plays out, which contradicts what the game sets up. Not only that, but even if Venom Snake is supposed to be our avatar, he is still his own man. Meaning despite claims that this is our story, Snake still has enough agency to make decisions we wouldn't. How many of us would have ever spared worst man in the world if given the choice? Would any of us willingly comply with Skullface if we had the freedom to take him head on? The game completely ignores Kiefer Snake during key moments to pretend we're the main character when we're not. To put it in perspective, here's the rundown. Disregarding one-and-done mother-based cutscenes and yellow side ops, MGS5's main campaign is 39 missions long. Of its 39 missions, here's how many actually have cutscenes. Of those 18 missions, here's how many feature Snake actually opening his mouth at any point during those missions. And of the times Kiefer Snake actually talked, here's how many times he was actually participating in the scenes at hand. Less than half the game's campaign featured cutscenes, and less than a third of those cutscenes featured the main character acting as a participant to the scenes in question. In the rest of the game, the story's still happening, sure, but it happens around the character because you are Big Boss, except you aren't. Kojima's problem is and has always been, and frankly probably will always be, that he doesn't know how to consolidate. He's got all these grand ideas, but never comprehends that not all ideas gel well together. You have to decide which ideas blend organically, and which one's the sausage in the fruit salad. If Kiefer Snake is supposed to be a stand-in for us, then either we should have absolute control over his decisions, or the game shouldn't have cutscenes, because cutscenes don't allow for us to transplant our responses or emotions onto a character who emotes and responds in ways that don't correspond with our own. And if Kiefer Snake is supposed to be his own man, then why the fuck bother with this he is us and we are him bullshit? Do one or do the other. Doing both at the same time means you have a game where 75% of the time, Snake is a blank canvas who you don't even need to be playing as half the times for characters to talk at. And the other 25% is Kiefer Snake being his own independent entity, once again making us observers, not participants. And between the two, that quarter of Kiefer Snake actually being his own man is far more interesting than everything else. This is Snake's journey, so make it about him. Give him full agency. Have him actually be addressed. Allow him to respond beyond the usual reactionary bullshit. Doing both creates this disconnect, where the character doesn't even feel like a character most of the time, since he's constantly bypassed. Again, I'm left asking what Kojima's intentions were. He created a new character in Kiefer Snake, but doesn't want to do anything with him, so why bother? Make Snake a silent protagonist or don't. Doing both just makes it that much harder to be fully engaged, which veers right into the ending itself. The fact that Snake isn't really Big Boss isn't the issue. The problem is lead-in and payoff. All throughout the game, Snake's personality is just a little bit off, and we get little hints here and there. Even Kiefer Snake's codename is used as a clever little hint that we're not actually Big Boss, since outside of one tape, Snake is never referred to as Venom Snake. That's good to pick up on after the fact. It is not, however, a good lead into the truth. Think about the events leading into Mission 46. Eli has just escaped with Sally. Quiet had to kill herself to save Kiefer Snake because reasons. And finally, Huey is exiled. And the very last words in that scene are, "You can't run from yourself forever." Thing is, Snake isn't running from himself. Nor is he running from the truth. He doesn't know what the truth even is. Lest we forget, he was the one brainwashed and manipulated into becoming Big Boss. So what does Huey's exile have to do with the truth? Far as I can tell, it doesn't, and that's the issue. Snake learning the truth is just one of a series of disconnected moments where the epilogue unravels everything. Not a bad moment, but not connected to anything else leading into it. And the other big problem is the way the twist ends. The mirror scene is meant to be open for interpretation. It's a really good bit of visual storytelling, and is one of the best uses of facial capture acting I've seen in a video game, period. Those subtle quirks in Kiefer's face in these moments makes it really hard to see what's really going on inside his head. Is he really happy to be the new big boss? When he punches the mirror, that short-lived smirk is gone. So is that because he's rejecting the man he sees in the mirror, or is he rejecting the man he once was, now embracing the demon? This is what writers refer to as a blank canvas ending. These are endings where the audience gets to become the writer in a sense. You take everything that led up to this moment, then use it to decide for yourself. What do you think it all means? There are really good examples of these sorts of endings, like Sopranos, Prisoners, Inception. But the reason the blank canvas ending worked in Prisoners was because by the ending, whether or not Jake Gyllenhaal hears Hugh Jackman's whistle by the end is irrelevant. Jackman either goes to jail for his actions and the realization that he spent all film long torturing an ultimately innocent man, or he runs out of air and dies. Either way, he's fucked, but he served his purpose, and more importantly, Jake Gyllenhaal still finds and saves his daughter. Unlike in Prisoners, where either ending works, MGS5's ending only really works if Kiefer Snake rejects Big Boss. No matter how you shape it, there is no fucking way you can spin it so that Kiefer Snake being robbed of his identity and being forced to be someone else for 11 years, only to die and for everything he accomplished to be attributed to another person as a good thing. So then, why is this ending open for interpretation? Why not have some fucking balls and say definitively that no, what happened to this man was a tragedy, and that anyone involved in making it happen should go fuck themselves right off a cliff? We didn't need an entire third chapter or some bullshit like that to make this ending definitive. We just need one more mission. Something to show the true weight of the truth burdening Snake's shoulders. The realization that all of his men are following an imposter. The fact that he endured hell and beyond, and it wasn't even his hell he was enduring. The fact that his life has been reduced to a mere extension of someone else's. This was the time Kojima needed to buckle down and say, here's how it is. Not be all fucking artsy-fartsy about it. But he didn't. And as a result, the ending to this game is just thoroughly unsatisfying, which leads into perhaps the most damning thing about MGS5's ending. Over the past 5 years, I've seen this game constantly referred to as unfinished. Yeah, some shit was cut, including an entire mission where Eli is taken down once and for all, except not really. And I've been saying this from the word go. MGS5 is as complete as any other MGS game. MGS2 literally ends the exact same way. Some variation of Liquid getting away in a robot dinosaur, never to be caught again. And until MGS4 came out 7 years later, Kojima had no intention of ever really wrapping things up. And as we later learned from the MGS2 documents, that wasn't the original plan. The reason I regard all this MGS5 is incomplete talk as bullshit is simple. None of what's missing matters. We never get battle gear? Sure, that sucks. But we already have about 6 billion other weapons and gadgets to choose from, and a fully customizable D-Walker that again puts Arkham Knight's Batmobile to shame. There was a Chapter 3 title card? Well, minus Mission 51, what story is left? Chapter 1 is the main story, broken up into a clear 3-act structure, and Chapter 2 is clearly the main story's epilogue. What is this missing third so many generalizers have prattled on about all these years? What Big Boss was doing all that time? The point wasn't what he was doing. It was what he was having his Phantom do in his name. What happens to XOF? We already know. They get assimilated by Cypher and eventually fade into obscurity, forgotten and erased by history, just like their leader. Seeing Kiefer Snake actually build Outer Heaven? The real Outer Heaven was an ideology, not a place. Outer Heaven already existed twice. Seeing the fortress is just superfluous fan service for people who need every little arduous plot point spelled out for them. Like seeing all that stuff that was talked about in MGS1 play out. Gray Fox, Naomi, Wolf, characters whose importance has already come and gone, and didn't need any expansion beyond what we already got. Literally, so many of these fucking questions people claim needed to be answered in MGS5 could be summed up in one simple answer. Who gives a shit? But what about Mission 51? That very directly ties to the main story, doesn't it? Well, sure, except Eli was never exactly important to the main story. Cut Eli from the game and nothing has changed except this pointless loose end and disappointing ending to a great main villain. Eli was not now nor ever the focus of MGS5. He shows up out of nowhere, ruins the ending to Chapter 1, and creates a loose end in Chapter 2, but beyond that, contributes nothing to the story. Yeah, he's still Sally in the Last English Train, he's also a kid. He's not some maniac with endless resources who can destroy the world. What's Eli gonna do? Lest people forget, loose ends do happen, and MGS is notorious for them. Sometimes not all the bad guys get caught, not all the loose ends get resolved. And sometimes, yes, they do get away with some serious hardware that can do some equally serious damage. But let's say for the sake of argument that Mission 51 were one day patched into the game. What does that change? Skullface still gets sidelined like a motherfuck, the truth still comes completely out of nowhere and ends way too ambiguously, and nothing is learned about Kiefer Snake as a character. He has a cool line or two in the cut mission, And the color blindness finally has its payoff, but that's it. Nothing is learned about Liquid that we didn't already know by MGS1, and even then, Liquid's moment in the sun had already come and gone in MGS1. So who gives a shit about Eli when he's destined to grow up into Captain Talks-A-Lot? Mission 51 does not matter. Some non-existent third chapter that probably began and ended as a fucking title card does not matter. Battle gear does not matter. Almost none of this cut content matters. The unfinished sentiment comes from people who just want an easy talking point. Konami not giving Kojima-san another 12 years and $12 million to make Metal Gear 5 how he wanted is an easy out to justify the game not living up to the hype some set for themselves. Maybe, just maybe, the MGS5 you got was the MGS5 Kojima always intended to release. Data miners already confirmed way back that 46 was programmed to trigger after Mission 51. The mirror scene is the ending Kojima always intended to give us, because it's the only way Kojima could end his tenure with MGS. Mission 46 allows Kojima to provide some degree of closure to MGS5. To a lesser extent, it loosely ties to the events of Metal Gear 1, thus finally providing some passive connection, where we finally see the Big Boss and Solid Snake era games intersect one another. And more importantly, it allows Kojima to break the fourth wall one last time and bid farewell to the fans, essentially saying, thanks for riding along, the rest is up to you now. You're kidding yourselves if you honestly think this game was ever going to have that conventional ending with Snake infiltrating outer heaven. When has Kojima ever given us a conventional ending we all wanted? MGS is a series limited by the fact that it is serialized, and the story was never strong enough to carry several interconnected plots. No one story was ever strong enough that warranted any exploration beyond the game it was attached to. So to compensate, Kojima's essentially been saying, fuck the canon, I'll do what I want, and I'm gonna get real weird about it, son. And he did. This is the most Kojima-esque ending any MGS game has ever had. If he gave a shit about telling a conventional story, he'd have quit when he was ahead 29 years ago and just done something else. But see, despite all of that, despite me literally just explaining how MGS5 is a finished product, it doesn't feel like one, does it? And the fact of the matter is that even with Mission 51, it was never going to feel finished because Mission 46 was not where the story should have ended. This was a game that desperately needed a truly definitive ending. And by not having one, MGS5 lacked that sense of closure we got with MGS2, despite MGS2 ending with way more loose ends than 5. That it doesn't feel like it had closure, intentional or not, is a problem. And that problem wouldn't be resolved by throwing more time or money at it. It was a problem with the blueprint itself. Kojima's vision for this game's story was flawed from the word go. This is what happens when you don't acknowledge your limitations as a writer. You throw every idea you have into the bowl, and the end result, unique as it may be, is still a giant mess. And by not sticking either landing, it really deflates the road up for me, pleasant as the ride was most of the time. And it's a shame because, as I said with Ground Zeroes, the production value is cream of the crop. The one-shot cutscenes lend each scene a visual distinction, often lacking in video games which often rely on binary cinematography. The character models might not be as detailed, but I'd say they actually hold up way better than most next-gen video games of today. No one's hair glistens like it's made of neon cardboard the way every other video game does. The 60 frames per second movement makes everything flow with enough immediacy to offset any graphical limitations. And the facial capture acting is the best I've seen in gaming, period, since no one suffers that uncanny valley thing. The sound design is also top-notch. The voice acting is the best it's ever been.
He's responsible for all of this! Think of all the men! He didn't lose a damn thing! This is the enemy! And he's here on his knees!
The boss is the same, isn't he? Every one of you is alone. That's why you suspect your own. I know, because I do the same.
Rest in peace this time. I'll see you in hell, boss.
I won't scatter your sorrow to the heartless sea. I will always be with you. Plant your roots in me.
And on the subject of audio, holy mother of shit, MGS5's soundtrack is hands down the best I've ever heard in any video game, period. Ludwig Forssell truly has earned his place among the kings of video game composers, because the score he helped create for MGS5 is a work of art. Many themes really work to capture that tired, war-torn feel you'd get from an open battlefield. All the boss themes still have that MGS flair that not only suits each boss you encounter, but also just sounds distinct and kick-ass in and of itself. There's such a flair in MGS5's soundtrack. Many of these are tracks I can and have listened to time and time again. Like Ground Zeroes, the aim is about setting a mood, and the game also does a great job of using music to inform the player about the current situation, and the result is some really haunting, gripping tunes. Cap that off with some truly intense action themes, immediately memorable character themes, and one of the finest main theme songs I've ever heard, period. And you've got a score that, as far as I'm concerned, is a goddamn masterpiece. MGS5 had everything going for it. A solid plot, great characters, a fucking awesome main villain, and a unique twist that lent everything beforehand a whole new, tragic context. And yet, somehow, someway, Kojima found a way to just kind of fuck all that up. Because when he's so focused on being unique and taking risks, he forgets that sometimes things are the norm for a reason. Kojima could have done everything he wanted with MGS5's story without making the game polarizing. And if you'll indulge me for a moment, here's how. Instead of making Awakening a giant demo of visually cool but substantially excessive, overblown violence, that mission could have been a more organic, playable experience. And some of that cutscene money pissed away on all those scenes could have been used elsewhere, like say having more scenes with Kiefer Snake and McFiddler, reflecting on and reacting to the journey they're taking together. Have Skullface appear in more than 5 cutscenes, maybe Mission 6, instead of just fucking grabbing Kiefer Snake and dropping him seconds later, he could have captured Snake with Sally. If Snake's held captive, that gives him and Skullface more one-on-one time. And that gives them a whole window to not only expand on Skullface's character, so we don't have to have all of it dumped on us at once during Mission 30, but also maybe we get a few actual scenes of back and forth between our main hero and main villain. And maybe when Mission 30 actually happens, if we've had enough scenes between Snake and Skullface, there's no need for a giant expository monologue with a hilarious intermission. Cut Eli from the game completely. Just don't have him in the game at all because he adds nothing. When Kaz says, get us in a line of fire in Mission 30, instead of a Deus Ex Machina solving things, maybe Kaz saves the day, actually blasting the caves, crushing Fire Guide, and causing all-out war to erupt between Diamond Dogs and XOF. Skullface could try and escape but get intercepted, leaving him stranded at the power plant, and left with no other option but to fight Snake directly in a cat-and-mouse shootout boss fight, because this is a stealth action game, so why the fuck do you want things to end in a fist fight, you weirdo? We can beat Skullface in a boss fight but not finish him off, because maybe his hate boner gets so big that he himself is able to activate Sally, even from outside the hangar, then tears the entire plant up, because he just wants Snake dead at that point. And the process goes back for the parasites only to get crushed by rubble that he himself caused, because hey, hate is self-destructive and blinds us, right? That way, when we're fighting Sally, it's under Skullface's control, not some little cunt who just showed up out of nowhere but wanted everything to be about him at the finale because he's liquid. Then we destroy Sally, shoot off Skullface's limbs, hell, we can still finish him off. We get the satisfaction of fighting him, but not the satisfaction of truly finishing him. Not the satisfaction of bringing this motherfucker to ruin. And without all that money pissed away on Mission 51, blowing money on cutscene motion capture work that never gets finished, that money can also be used elsewhere. Maybe the Mammal Pod side-op gets turned into a full-on mission. Maybe Fire Guy's body recovery turns into an actual boss fight. Maybe, without all that money blown on Kingdom of the Flies, we spend some of it on a mission where we return to Camp Omega. Maybe after it got shut down, XOF turned into a base of operations, and this could be the window where we wipe out what's left of Skullface's faction once and for all. That would actually work as a lead into the truth, because while Big Boss was all over Camp Omega, Kiefer Sake himself never actually set foot in that base. So he'd have no memory of that place, which the real Big Boss would clearly remember. Maybe Baby Mantis is there and we engage in a boss fight where we incapacitate him. But because it's Mantis, maybe in the process of defeating him, something triggers inside of Kiefer Sake's brain meat, giving us a true lead-in to Mission 46. And maybe, instead of an entire third chapter after the fact, we have one last elimination target that comes about a few years after the events of MGS5 and Mission 46. Hence that withered peace mission I was talking about earlier. A man in red. Someone who's been terrorizing the region and we're contracted to take him out. That's why I said almost none of the cut content truly mattered. Because one character who should have been in the game but wasn't was Chico. Grown up, disfigured, and mentally unstable. Imagine for a moment if instead of shoehorning in Baby Liquid, we got some actual payoff to Ground Zeroes, where Chico, who was easily the biggest victim of those events, survived and was Skullface's little plaything for almost a decade before his death. And maybe Chico is so far gone that Snake can't reach him, can't save him. Maybe Chapter 2's final mission isn't some ambiguous blank canvas ending, but Snake being forced to fight to the death against a broken young man who he once knew very well, where every single attempt Snake makes to try and reason with Chico are met with failure. Maybe Chico's mind has been warped by the sheer horrors he's endured, and to him his true enemy is really Big Boss. After all, if Big Boss never took him in to begin with, he'd have never been led down the path he ultimately went down. And after such a boss fight, maybe Kiefer Snake is left with no choice other than to put Chico out of his misery. I know that's all fanfic bullshit and that my efforts would be better suited writing my own video game. Spoiler, actually I'm making my own video game. But if that were the final image of MGS5, do you think Kiefer Snake would have really been okay with any of this? If you hated the twist, and saw the fake Snake forced to fight someone who was just as much a victim as he was, someone we ourselves actually knew quite well, who was innocent once upon a time, now corrupted by Big Boss's mess, would you still say, nah, that ending's shit because we're not Big Boss? That's my ultimate grievance with MGS5's story. It's bold and it's risky, but the risks it took were pointless and didn't really pay off. I understand the need to stand out, especially in today's day and age, but if your aim is just to be different, then your priorities as a writer are misplaced. You can challenge your audience and give them something they weren't expecting, but if the choices you, the creator, make are not enhancing the narrative or the experience, why are you making them? I don't know what Kojima's reason was. All I know is, whatever it may have been, it compromised the entire thing for me. MGS5 could have been the one true narrative triumph for the Metal Gear Solid series, because God knows, not a single game up to this point was, as far as I'm concerned. Instead, it's a game with truly excellent moments, a lot of really great ideas, and really memorable characters. Let down by a vision that was flawed at its core, and a series of bad decisions that kneecapped the entire experience. In other words, it's a Hideo Kojima game. As God is my witness, this is the longest video review I will ever do. But that's because I have more to say about this one video game than any video game I've ever played my entire life. MGS5 changed the way I look at video games as a whole. It made me realize what I seek in games. It reminded me what true fun looks like, and was the one and only video game I played in years that truly absorbed my life for a long time. It's not without faults, because holy shit, this video is long. But if you were to ask me if I honestly saw myself playing MGS5 5 years later, after it had already come and gone, I wouldn't believe you. And yet this game is now over 5 years old. And to this day, I'll still just slip it right back into my PS4 and get lost for hours. MGS5 is the gold standard of video games for me. Whenever a new game comes and goes, the questions I'm asking are, is this game as fun as MGS5? For all my problems with this game, it's the one and only game I constantly come back to. The story may have ultimately let me down, despite in my opinion being the best in the series, but it still occupies my thoughts, due to the strength of the characters and my desires to want more done with them. MGS5 is a mess. It has flaws out the ass and well beyond, but it is truly the most enjoyable video game I have currently ever played in my entire 35 years of existence, and I doubt any game will top it anytime soon. Messy as MGS5 may be, it is the definitive masterpiece of gaming as far as I'm concerned. And so my final rating for Metal Gear Solid 5 The Phantom Pain is a definitive 10 out of 10. Maybe MGS5 wasn't the note many MGS fans wanted the series to close on, but while it, like every other MGS game, could have been better, The fact that this game has consistently kept my attention in ways no other video game has managed says it all. I'd even go as far as to say that this game might be tailor-made for a guy like me. Someone who likes the right blend of challenging yet manageable. Someone who likes mission objectives that aren't contextual button prompts, where each mission is short enough to be blasted through in minutes, but has more than enough structure to let you take your time if you want. Where gunplay feels unwieldy enough to keep things from feeling like a shooting gallery, but controlled enough that it still requires skill to pull out successfully. Phantom Pain may be the messiest masterpiece I've ever played, but I put more hours in this one game alone than any game before it. And not to grind, not for FOB's sake, not for any of that PF garbage, but because I just have so much fun playing this game's missions. And be assured, assuming I survive this year, I'm damn sure going to be playing this game well into 2021 and beyond. Whether you agree with this review or not, whatever your thoughts, let me know in the comments. Anyway, thanks for watching, and FYI, this is the voice of Code Talker.
Hi, I'm Hamish Black, and welcome to Writing on Games. If you look up IGN's review of 2015's Metal Gear Solid 5 The Phantom Pain, you'll find a tale in media res describing a perilous prisoner extraction with the threat of sunrise looming. But thanks to a combination of preparedness and explosive improvisation by colliding various game systems together, our heroic writer was able to complete his mission with a thoroughly enjoyable narrative playing out, and crucially, a narrative that was his own, that the game had allowed him to create. Moreover, he begins his review in earnest by stating, "That's the Phantom Pain almost all the time." And you know, 2 years ago when the game first released, I agreed with him and the cavalcade of reviewers stating much the same thing. Now though, my thoughts could more accurately be represented as, if he's talking about how the Phantom Pain is all the time, why isn't this review just the words trank pistol, headshot, Fulton repeated ad infinitum? That is to say, a lot can change in a couple of years. Back in 2015, and as a long-time Metal Gear fanatic, I could not have been more hyped for this game. In fact, I struggle to remember feeling as excited for any other release ever. Grand Theft Auto 5 came close, but still not to the level of staying up all night nervously waiting for the Steam unlock at 5 AM, cursing my slow-ass internet connection waiting for the download to complete, then gleefully sacrificing sleep, food, and human contact as I ploughed through the game in about 50 hours or so. As I made my two-part video review on the game, some of the earliest videos on this channel now long unlisted to make way for this more comprehensive analysis, I recalled loving every second of it, spouting similar talking points to those presented in reviews from more established outlets. How this was the best stealth game I have ever played, noting the astounding scale of the open world, how the gameplay options afforded to players were substantial and necessary and allowed me to create my own stories, defending the game's own storytelling as saying more by saying less, and at one point even uttering the phrase, "It's the Dark Souls of stealth games," and for the record, I will never not be ashamed of that. I did mention that some changes to series tradition didn't work, but never really referenced those at any point. Those were bad videos, badly produced, ill-informed takes on a game that has rightly garnered a great deal of criticism from pundits and downright derision from players since. Like I say, I had sacrificed a lot of sleep to make those videos. I was tired, ill, and this was the first time I had truly binged a game like this for the sake of the channel. As time went on, I started to get the feeling that the conditions under which I played the game were not dissimilar to the now infamous Konami Boot Camp event, where journalists played the game supervised for a set amount of time before hurriedly writing their reviews. And as that time continued to go on, I began to feel more and more like that was far from the ideal way to consume or criticize media of any kind. All of this contextual spiel is to say that the Phantom Pain for me was a lesson in how not to be a critic. As fellow YouTuber Super Bunny Hop so eloquently pointed out in his video on the game, the best way to fail as a critic is to say something is perfect without explaining why, and I definitely fell foul of that. So as penance to cathartically rid myself of that critical dead weight, I decided to dive back in 2 years later to delete my 98% complete save after a great deal of wrangling thanks to Konami's asinine save system, and fairly analyse the game in 2 parts, one focusing on gameplay and the other on story just like before, sans any form of hype, putting another 100 or so hours in over the space of a couple of months rather than a few days. The result? Almost a complete shift in my initial perspective. As opposed to thinking of the Phantom Pain as one of the best stealth games ever made, I saw the botched potential for what should have been the best stealth game ever made. My experience was utterly infuriating. The Phantom Pain's design is more confused than I could have ever previously envisioned, adding surprisingly little to the series that previous games weren't already abundant in, and what's more, functioning as the least interesting way to tell a story that absolutely didn't need to be told. In other words, the Phantom Pain is a game that did not need to exist, and in this 2-part breakdown, I'm going to explain why. Or at least I'm going to try to. Really, producing an analysis of this game has been one of the most difficult things I've ever done on this channel because there's so much that it does wrong that it's really hard to know where to begin. In the same way its maelstrom of interwoven systems are supposed to seamlessly coexist, every problem the game has contributes to and compounds the other problems. I guess the through line of it all, however, the problem at the core of both the gameplay and the narrative, is precisely this shift to the open design that was so lauded as the game's main strength upon its release. Indeed, Metal Gear Solid Go's open world was also plastered all over the marketing of the game, with trailers showing an experience that was far grander in scope than previous Metal Gear games, which, aside from perhaps Peace Walker on portable systems, were fairly aggressively linear experiences. Whereas previous games would take you from scene to scene and bog you down with long stretches of uninteractive cutscenes, leading many to comment that Metal Gear was a series you watched rather than played, the Phantom Pain placed control of all of this in your hands. You chose which missions you wanted to do and when, how you carried them out thanks to a new open world, and the wealth of new tools at your disposal, as well as the new functionality afforded to previously available tools, how much focus you placed on the story, all of it. On top of that though, the game seemed to take more cues from Peace Walker than any other Metal Gear in its emphasis on base and micromanagement. Following the events of its prequel Ground Zeroes, in which Mother Base, the oil rig without a nation you built in Peace Walker, was destroyed, it would be your job to rebuild it and the army it housed, taking it from the glorified menu screen it was in Peace Walker to a physical, hulking structure you could actually inhabit. The army of diamond dogs you built up by recruiting soldiers from the battlefield would subsequently support you by developing new tools, providing intel, and supplying you with weapons and items as and when you needed them. In keeping with the theme of maintaining the player's role at the center of the experience, the game's story was to take a more serious approach, tackling more deeply themes like child soldiers, the dangers of nuclear war, and the cost of revenge. Not only darker themes than previous games had perhaps handled, but more singular in nature, presumably allowing for the game to approach them more directly than the often convoluted themes of information control and the nature of genetics other games fumbled through. What's more, this was all meant to be the final piece of the puzzle, closing out the series by answering the question on everyone's minds: just how did Big Boss, the character we've controlled for multiple games, turn into a villain? Everything seemed like it was in the game's favour. An experience that prioritised self-expression and improvisatory tactics in missions would lead to the ultimate stealth game, and thanks to the story, the ultimate Metal Gear game. How did that turn out then? Well, let's go through a typical scenario the Phantom Pain presents you with, and by typical I mean basically the only situation you're presented with after a few hours. So you run uninterrupted across a kilometre of desolate land after waiting for minutes for your helicopter to drop you off because there's no effective means of fast travel. You picked your loadout prior from dozens of potential weapons, but obviously you went for the starting trank pistol or trank sniper rifle if you developed it, because at this stage you've established it's objectively the best strategy. Along your travels you maybe come across an outpost with 4 or 5 guards, D-Dog pinpoints their exact location, or you send Quiet in to scout ahead. Again, objectively best strategy. You line up 4 or 5 headshots from a distance, knocking everyone out instantly. Either that, or you Rambo your way through to make lining those headshots up easier. You extract the guards to make the numbers on Mother Base bigger, or you just avoid what little challenge exists here entirely by running around it. After proceeding to your main objective and performing that same series of events on a slightly larger scale, you destroy or extract whatever it was you were in there for before calling in a helicopter and waiting a few more minutes for the mission to end. Sometimes there's a boss fight. Without exaggeration, that is almost every mission beyond the 10-hour mark. And let me emphasize this, the Phantom Pain can last you upwards of 100 hours. Suffice to say, it can be torturous. What makes it all the more painful though is that those first 10 hours or so are truly fantastic and show what the game could have been. The intro sets the scene perfectly. While older games tend to throw you into the action immediately, Kojima and Co take their time here. They place you in a position of limited control, but force you to experience everything as Snake does, out of time and unable to get his bearings, emphasizing his lack of understanding of the situation. It lines up with the player's thoughts and intentions. We want to know more while also having no idea of what's going to happen when shit hits the fan and we're forced to act. While the whole sequence is basically on rails, it's a roller coaster ride, throwing everything at you that you would expect from a Metal Gear game in concentrated form. You have the haunting visuals of supernatural beings wreaking havoc, bolstered by the absolutely gorgeous Fox engine and Kojima's continued flair for framing a shot. You have the nail-biting tension of hoping that you don't get caught with no idea of what lies around the next corner, followed by the release of finding out that, in true MGS fashion, the answer is probably a goddamn flaming man or something. All topped off with a subtle but absurd sense of humour. The idea, for example, that these men just bombarded the man on fire with missiles, bullets, everything, but they never thought to just, turn on the sprinklers. As far as first hours of a video game go, it's a pretty fucking wild first hour of a video game. What's great is that a lot of the same ideas are represented in the following few missions. Snake, and by extension the player, are given very little time to breathe. You're simply told that Kaz has been caught, you've got to go get him and rebuild Mother Base, and that time is of the essence. It's a refreshingly snappy approach to getting you into the game proper, without a whole bunch of expository dialogue. You're told how to mark things, where you can find intel on Kaz's location, and then you're just kind of let loose on this desolate landscape. You're forced to confront systems you don't fully understand yet. You have no idea where guards could be, what they can see, how common their patrols are, or even how time of day affects things. It makes a change from the distinctly video gamey notion of little dots unable to see out with the confines of the little blue cone. You're in broad daylight and will likely react somewhat vampirically, diving to the side of your horse the minute you see soldiers riding by. And it's here that you start to realise the extent to which Snake's moveset has expanded, and how responsive everything feels. You scout ahead using your scope to mark enemies, but you're never sure if you got them all and can only make plans based on your limited perspective. You keep your belly to the ground, attempting to make as little noise as possible, testing out the range and effectiveness of your tranquilizer pistol before its silencer's durability runs out, at which point you have to experiment with different methods, either avoiding combat entirely, taking the lethal approach, or CQC. With the latter, you're given an option to interrogate, at which point you're greeted with Ocelot reminding you that you don't speak their language. In every way, you're left to your own devices here, and it feels exhilaratingly organic in a way that perhaps previous Metal Gear Solid intros did not. The mission's requirement that you go to one location to get the intel before retrieving Kaz not only highlights the size of the map, but importantly makes good use of it by forcing you to adapt to different locations. The Wax-In barracks are largely flat, with numerous buildings for you to enter, as well as spaces where enemies could be hiding. The Guandai Car, on the other hand, is sloped and more open, with the enemy holding the higher ground and therefore the advantage in the situation. On top of that though, you perhaps think to yourself, if I was to play this mission again, just how much of a requirement would that intel be? Or could I just go and find Kaz immediately? Do that and the game rewards you in the form of the ranking you receive after missions, which seems to depend largely on the time you take to complete the mission. If you can get in and out quickly by exploring different strategies that may seem broken on first glance, the game seems to recognise that. Once you find Kaz and take him to the extraction point, probably after messing up a couple of times as you get used to how guards work, the boss characters you'll see the most in the game make a surprise appearance: the Skull's Parasite Unit. Essentially zombified super soldiers, their terrifying appearance and uncanny movement make them seem like something out of a horror game rather than a stealth action title. What's more, given your relative newness to the game, your instinct is likely to be avoid at all costs. Again, the game tells you to deal with them however you choose, and in a style reminiscent of immersive sims like Deus Ex, that instinctual avoidance is something the game recognises. You can run past these guys if you want. You'll almost certainly get spotted thanks to their blocking of the bridge, which itself leads you to hammering on the go faster horse button as these monsters leap directly in front of you, while pulsing synths drive home the urgency of the situation. Seriously, Phantom Limbs is about as effective an introductory mission as you could hope for out of a game like this. It highlights the scale of the world, the potential scope of the game's systems, and allows you to figure out the boundaries of those systems yourself. Most importantly though, it makes the world feel unpredictable, unsafe. It feels like even your most fully realised plans could fall through and require some improvisation. And it's this notion of always feeling just slightly outgunned that makes any stealth game effective. The idea that the enemy could overwhelm you to the point that avoiding them entirely is preferable to engaging them head on. In a means similar to survival horror games, it's about things like resource management, of knowing that your suppressor could run out, and a tactic you could otherwise rely on suddenly becoming useless. Ultimately though, it's about being made to feel small, and the size of the open world certainly helps with that, at least initially. You really feel like you're in the open, like you could be spotted at any time. And as such, even if you're not infiltrating a particular base, you always feel like an intruder. Essentially, in order to make an open world stealth game effective, you need to ensure two things: player vulnerability, and that the world remains at least somewhat unpredictable. And the early sections of the Phantom Pain illustrate an acute understanding of this. This is why I say that the first 10 hours or so of the Phantom Pain are great. There are still new places to explore, new systems to be introduced to, with missions such as C2W introducing the idea of destroying comms equipment to disorient guards, Where Do the Bees Sleep tasking you with infiltrating a vast open area leaving you vulnerable, etc. You get to grips with Snake's extended moveset and the mechanical possibilities afforded to even old series staples. For example, where previously a cardboard box would act as something of a novelty item with one purpose, here you can pop out to shoot unsuspecting guards. You can use it as a means of transportation, jump out to leave the box as a decoy of sorts, and a whole lot more. Unfortunately though, as I progressed through my second playthrough, I found myself heavily disagreeing with the commonly held belief that the Phantom Pain is the best a Metal Gear game has actually played. It's honestly, and bear with me here, the same problem that No Man's Sky had. The first few planets feel new, exotic, and kind of terrifying, until you realise that every planet is functionally the same, and the game's systems only help to make that world feel small and synthetic. This is because despite how well it controls, the Phantom Pain's overall design completely negates any progress made in that regard, laying the groundwork for an objectively dominant strategy as early as your return to Mother Base. Slowly but surely, the game morphs into a repetitive mess that feels scared to truly commit to its open-ended design, perhaps ironically ending up as the most restrictive an MGS game has ever been. It all begins once you rescue Kaz. You're reminded that in order to achieve your true goal of getting revenge on the sod apes that left your last house all twunted, you have to first rebuild your army, as well as the oil rig they'll live on. Initially, the idea of developing something physically imposing to represent your progression through the game is neat. It lines up with the emphasis on self-expression placed on the gameplay. You're building something that's yours. This is your army, your base, and it's growing as you grow. And while the structure itself proves to be more symbolic than functional, the impact its underlying systems have on gameplay are fundamental, perhaps to the game's biggest fault. See, Mother Base's key purpose is to provide you with support in your missions, developing new weapons and items, providing intel, going out on resource gathering missions, etc. Each facet of Mother Base is strengthened based on how many soldiers you bring back via the Fulton recovery system, leading to an interesting shift in the way you view the notion of non-lethality in a stealth game. It's a method that's often encouraged in the genre for sure. It's quiet and it's clean. In older MGS games, even if an unconscious body was discovered by a guard, they'd be woken up and that might be the end of it. A dead body, however, would be reported, making life more difficult for the player. In the Phantom Pain though, non-lethality isn't that abstract. It's concretely linked to your progression. A dead soldier isn't going to be developing much for you. Even an injured soldier might not survive the hilariously absurd balloon trip. Your goal then is ensuring you keep your enemies alive and in one piece. Soldiers aren't necessarily enemies anymore, they're potential allies. And this could have been great. Like your suppressor's durability, your Fulton supply is limited. It can be increased through upgrades, but you're always going to run out at some point. This could have led to the player making decisions about who to extract based on their skill level or how well protected they were, while also having to figure out other methods of dealing with the remaining troops that you were unable to extract. Through forcing the player to manage resources, the game would encourage more diverse, improvisatory styles of play, leading to the emergent moments of self-expression the open world feels built for. Unfortunately though, the game absolutely does not work this way. Your supply of Fulton, suppressors, anything isn't really limited. From that second mission, you can basically extract everyone, and it almost never makes sense to do anything else. This is because another key function of Mother Base is the supply drop, which, for a small amount of GMP, the game's main currency earned through missions, allows you to fully restock your ammo and items at any time. And with that one feature, things begin to get a bit messy. Now, if you don't extract soldiers, the numbers don't go up, you don't get access to things like increased map accuracy or material gathering, for example. Life is made harder for you if you don't collect soldiers. The issue is when you have no reason not to, when durability is only limited by a readily available currency and your patience to wait for a supply drop, and allows you to extract soldiers, why would you ever use anything other than the silenced pistol? I wasn't saving my suppressor out of the preservationist fear of finding myself unprepared for future enemy encounters. It was the arbitrary amount of time the game made me wait to receive another suppressor. Whatever grandiose plans you might have envisioned may be bombastic, fun, even cinematic in the way the series has always strived to be. But to enact those plans is to kill or miss out on those precious soldiers, those numbers used to build your bigger number back at Mother Base, to improve your character. Everything becomes a numbers game. the amount of soldiers you recruit, the stats of those soldiers, the time you're waiting for things to happen, etc. What once seemed like an organic, unpredictable open world is reduced to a series of visible clockwork systems. Getting caught off guard by a patrol doesn't instill the fear that it should, or encourage the player to be more careful in the open world. The player just sees them as numbers. And thanks to the game's other systems, this dominant strategy is only made easier for you. As you progress, you gain access to different buddies, characters that accompany you on missions, each with their own abilities and upgrades unlocked based on how much you use them. Again, this should act as another means of planning for and adapting to different situations, but nah. Once you extract and witness the admittedly adorable scenes of D-Dog growing up, you take him into a mission and find that he marks every enemy in your vicinity. Remember the good old days where you'd at least have to put a little bit of effort to scope out a base before bolting in and extracting everything? Not anymore. Now every soldier is less than a number. It's an item on a checklist for you to tick off. Things only get worse when you unlock Quiet. Not only does she possess the same enemy marking abilities as D-Dog, once you use her enough, you can unlock a silenced, tranquilized sniper rifle, so you don't even have to do the shooting yourself anymore. Soldiers might spot her and attempt to take her out, but then she just moves to a different point to continue the process. And then you have reflex mode. Gone is the instantaneous transition from hidden to spotted that you received in previous games. The action slows down dramatically, an urgent pulse pierces through the silence you've been trying to maintain, and a dude shouts, "Contract!" before all hell breaks loose. The first time it happened to me, it was a mixture of immediate terror followed by sustained dread, as I both panicked about my next move and awaited the consequences of my mistake. The 10th time it happened to me, however, I realised what function it actually served: to alleviate that mistake. And boy, does it give you a large opportunity to do so. Far from increasing the stakes, you hit the left trigger to zap round to the enemy who spotted you, while your aim actually steadies, giving you the perfect line of fire for a headshot on helmeted guards, for instance. In main missions, your grade can be affected by triggering reflex mode, but given the ranking's emphasis on completion time over much else, this is honestly unlikely. In side missions though, you aren't ranked, which can lead to fairly absurd scenarios in which you throw caution to the wind, bolting into heavily guarded bases and going from reflex trigger to reflex trigger, blasting through and putting everyone to bed very, very slowly. At every stage, it feels like the game is scared to just let you handle things yourself, as the more open design is screaming for. You can turn these things off. You can choose to turn off reflex mode or enter a mission without a buddy, but to do so feels so arbitrary. While we'll get into the game's story in the next video, most missions lack even the most basic of context within the overall narrative, leading them to blur together regardless of the objective, regardless of whether it's a main or a side op. With very few exceptions, each mission tasks you with extracting or destroying something, because in most cases, you're still a military for hire and you'd have to do jobs, I guess. And while it's novel in an early mission like A Hero's Way to realise that the soldiers you've been tasked with killing can be extracted for your own benefit, you soon realise that this is the case with every mission, so the novelty wears off fast. Why would you kill someone or destroy something when you could so easily use it yourself? After a while, every mission follows this same template, and the repetition isn't helped by the structure of the open world itself. While I originally justified the size of the Afghanistan map as thematically consistent, it really feels like an endless desert, man. Upon reinspection, it's as needlessly desolate as everyone said it was. Given how little danger you're actually in from being ambushed in the open world, you quickly realise how long you spend just running around this bland environment. In fact, to call the world open feels like a bit of a misnomer. Each base you infiltrate essentially functions as any environment or room would in a previous Metal Gear game, presenting you with different challenges even if the way you entered and exited those environments was fairly limited. Whereas those games, however, kept you moving from MGS moment to MGS moment at a fairly brisk pace, the Phantom Pain ends up just feeling like more of a massive overworld with potential MGS moments sprinkled here and there, but which forces you to run the ungodly distances between them. I mean, you could always call in the helicopter and wait the several minutes for it to fly in, load, select another mission, select your loadout, more loading, then an unskippable cutscene as you fly in, but that takes so much time it's unconscionable. What's more, side ops are so sparsely laid out that it often takes upwards of 5 to 10 minutes to run to them. Compare this to Peace Walker, from which the game takes most of its influence. You select a mission from a menu, you start, you complete the mission, and Snake Fultons himself out of there. You'd be done and out in a few minutes, as opposed to the goddamn commitment you need to make in the Phantom Pain to take out the Armoured Unit 97 or whatever meaningless shite you're trying to do. Why wasn't the self-Fulton an option here outside of material containers? My guess is that they wanted something more grounded and realistic, but this is also a game in which you light your vape rig with an iPad in the 80s. Hell, you can upgrade the Fulton to a goddamn wormhole. I'm fairly sure people would have been okay with a little absurdity in a Metal Gear game. What makes this all the more egregious is the fact that you could have just completed a side op in one location and remembered that location is used for your next main op. When you select that main op from the menu, however, the game will send you to a completely arbitrary point on the map, even if you're precisely where the mission takes place, I guess because that's not where the mission starts, dingus. And so, sans any reasonable fast travel system, you run all the way over there, only to immediately run all the way back, avoiding outposts altogether because you reach a stage where engagement is pointless, through the same bland environments, getting caught on weird geometry because Snake doesn't feel like he was built for anything other than a flat horizontal surface, and getting lost far more than you should thanks to the map's approach to topology. Which is to say that this is seemingly the first open world post-Skyrim that eschews the exploratory notion of, see that mountain over there? You can climb it, in favour of, see that mountain over there? That's blocking your way to where you need to get to, so you need to figure out this needlessly complicated and specific series of roads in order to get around it. Just think about this for a second. This is an open world stealth game that completely trivializes stealth and makes getting anywhere the most difficult thing in the entire game. It makes you work in all the wrong ways. But then you get to mission 13, where you get to go to an entirely new environment, and you find that Africa is just a blander, flatter version of Afghanistan. This world is nowhere near as open as the game thinks it is. And the truly, truly heartbreaking thing is, I really think things could have been so different were it not for the near unlimited supply drops. And I say near unlimited because technically if you go into GMP debt, the morale of your troops goes down, but apparently the effects of that are so minimal that some are calling the system broken. Yeah, it's not just the story that was unfinished here, guys. Your plans would differ based on things like guard placement and the geography of the base you were infiltrating, strategizing the ideal route through it. Your choice of buddy would depend on whether you had long stretches of land to traverse quickly, in which case you'd choose D-Horse, or if the area was more concentrated and you wanted to create a distraction on the other side of the map, in which case you'd choose Quiet. Maybe you would place a few bombs along the way, like your IGN reviewer talked about, an explosive backup measure should your current plan go awry. But nope, you go in with Quiet, get your headshots, balloon everything that isn't nailed down, then go get your main objective. If for some reason things do happen to go a bit pear-shaped, just run away and then come back when things have died down a bit, every single time. Talk all you want about older Metal Gear games feeling restrictive, but in my time with the Phantom Pain, I have never felt more railroaded into one style of play for such a protracted period of time. It's like, imagine in Resident Evil that if you got hurt, you could just run a kilometer away from the mansion where you know there are no zombies and wait a minute for a drop of ammo or herbs, or call in a sniper rifle and take them out from a distance. It would completely kill the claustrophobia and feeling of entrapment so vital to that game, and that's exactly what happens here. Older Metal Gear games acted as a test of your wits, your ingenuity against odds greater than yourself, using what limited tools you had in the most expressive way you could. The Phantom Pain, on the other hand, only serves to test your patience. It got to the stage in my second playthrough where I would crave any kind of surprise to break up the monotony, and to its credit, the game isn't entirely devoid of this kind of thing. It's just perhaps odd that the bits I found most interesting second time through were the parts most people decried upon its initial release. As soon as you notice that alert symbol on a seemingly innocuous side-op to retrieve Huey, which then leads into a main mission with Quiet, I knew the bosses in this game would at least be somewhat interesting. Hell, the first time I fought Quiet, the only non-lethal weapon I had was my tranquilizer pistol, so I spent way longer than I'd like to admit, accounting for bullet drop across the entire arena, which felt really good when I finally pulled it off and took her down, even if the outcome is no different from the quote-unquote lethal approach. The Sahelanthropus fight is up there as maybe the best battle with a Metal Gear in the entire series. It's the biggest a boss fight has felt, with the now upright mech towering above you as the music stops and you're told, "Stop that thing!" The fight also utilises the size of the map in an interesting way, forcing you to move to different areas as you weave between supply drops and improvise cover from the rocky terrain. Aside from what feels like an unfair insta-kill attack later in the fight, it's appropriately fast-paced and explosive. That said, my favourite encounter with Sahelanthropus was actually far earlier, in the mission where you extract Huey. There's a beautiful weirdness inherent to out-stealthing a mech while carrying a guy on your shoulders, and it's as terrifying an encounter as it is uniquely creative within the scope of the entire game. The Skulls encounters aren't anywhere near as creative for sure. Simply placing you in an environment with 4 super soldiers on multiple occasions isn't exactly the most exhilarating scenario when compared to, say, fighting the ex-president in an octopus suit with samurai swords. I don't know though, I appreciated the sheer number of ways I could take them on, or not take them on as was often the case. Metallic Archaea is particularly egregious in that it only allows for direct confrontation, but even then it's urgent in a way that very few missions actually are, so at this point, I'll take it. On the whole though, yeah, there aren't any bisexual vampires or fat guys on rollerblades to be found here. There aren't the dumb green health bars in the top left, and the encounters are often weaved more naturally into a mission's progression than being these big segmented set pieces. So I totally get the argument that the Phantom Pain's boss fights lack personality, but in terms of testing you on the skills you've internalized up to that point, the boss fights here are more subtle and effective than I think people give them credit for. Continuing the theme of defending the stuff most people didn't like though, the apparently rehashed missions in Chapter 2 that featured so prominently as one of the game's biggest drawbacks in most people's minds ended up feeling like a real breath of fresh air on my second playthrough. No longer was the utterly broken strategy of Trank Sniper Rifle and Quiet's Cover Me function viable. Suddenly, and after tens of hours of mastering the game's dominant playstyle, that mastery was taken away from me, along with all of my equipment in subsistence missions or the reflex mode in total stealth missions. Suddenly, things were tense again. I no longer viewed soldiers as numbers but as real, actual threats, hindrances to my previously automatic progress. For what felt like the first time since the game's early hours, I was truly vulnerable, and it felt great. It also led to some of the most self-expressive moments in my entire playthrough. Traitor's Caravan, which initially had me trailing the truck while figuring out the best way to approach it, suddenly had me questioning the mission specifics in the same way I did with Phantom Limbs. What if I could just go to the truck's starting point at the airport? Or in C2W, where I thought I was stripped of all equipment, trying to formulate a grand plan in which I would find explosives and then carefully sneak through the base, you know, the whole stealth thing. until I realised that my helicopter still had its minigun, which led to an exciting, altogether more explosive run than I could have previously envisioned. And what's more, I got an S rank for it. I thought outside the box and the game rewarded me. Seriously, despite its reliance on previously used scenarios and its utterly woeful attempt at wrapping up the game's already lackluster story, Chapter 2 was some of the most fun I had in my entire time revisiting the Phantom Pain. Likewise, despite it feeling bogged down by different currencies and leagues that make it feel less influenced by Peace Walker's portability and more by free-to-play mobility, the FOB missions you unlock after Mission 22 see you without any buddy support, a severely limited reflex mode, against an army of soldiers and devices you don't come across in the main game, as well as taking the hollow structure of Mother Base and allowing you to get creative with how you navigate it. Again, you're forced to totally rethink your preconceived strategies, and it honestly makes for the most nail-biting, challenging moments you're likely to come across here. The game's online mode could have proved interesting as well. At this time, it was impossible to get a match outside of the bounty hunter mode. Most of those matches devolved into fairly basic shooting. Its lack of any meta progression outside of gear unlocks perhaps make things feel a little trivial, but it does a neat job of recontextualizing tools that had a specific purpose in the main game now that they're being utilized against real players. Ultimately though, and before we even get to the multiple issues with the game's story, these moments are blips in the grand scheme of things, a fraction of hours in a playtime that totaled nearly 100. I was so worn down by the constant repetition and poor design choices that literally anything to change things up felt comparatively gleeful. It's infuriating because at every stage you can see what the team at Kojima Productions was likely going for, but without trying to attribute artistic intent, it seems like they were scared or didn't have the resources to fully commit to any decision they made. The mission structure, the open world, the support functions of Mother Base. It's easy to imagine Kojima, with all his talk after each game about how he's done with the series, hastily implementing these features in response to criticisms of older features. What's that? They think the older games are too restrictive and linear? Well, give them everything and let them do whatever they want. We don't need to tell an interesting story here, the players will create their own. The problem here is twofold. For one, we've established that this isn't the case given the game's dominant strategy. The second problem is simply the fact that, upon replaying them for this piece, self-expression was never an issue in the previous games. Every Metal Gear Solid game since the first has experimented with various means of heightening player expression. Whether it be too simple messing with the set dressing approach, breaking the bottles or piling darts into some dafty's face is still fun to this day. Snake Eater's deeper emphasis on survival mechanics and giving you various tools to deal with each situation, followed by 4's weapons store allowing you to purchase only what you felt you needed. There's a clear arc to these incremental developments, making the world more responsive to player inputs, giving you more tools to take advantage of that responsiveness, allowing you control over how you acquired said tools, and finally with Peace Walker, control over your progression through the missions themselves. It was an open set of systems within an enclosed environment, giving each environment a defined start and end point, and mostly allowing you the decisions over how to navigate the in-between. In fact, the amount of options available to the player has itself been a point of criticism in the past, with many tools feeling superfluous, but hey, they were included anyway for the player to have fun with if they so chose. Hell, even if you wanted to go down the silent, non-lethal route, that was a choice those older games allowed for. It was harder, with louder or more lethal options not suffering from the same drawbacks of tranquilized weapons, of having to reload after every shot, or silencer durability, or having to wait for a shot to take effect, etc. There was no real systemic advantage to taking the non-lethal route, but it acted as a test of skill for those that felt that they had mastered the systems. Thanks to their linearity, each scenario was more concentrated and carefully designed, allowing for more emergent moments of gameplay than you might imagine. For example, you've got to cross the guarded bridge. You read the guard's patterns before changing your camo setup to effectively hide yourself, maybe lure him to a certain point using magazines, and then shoot the beehive, which acts as a distraction for you to start crossing the bridge yourself. But alas, you notice 2 guards coming your way. You could try to trank them, or if perchance you miss, you might notice that you can shoot the ropes on the bridge itself, leading to a beautiful mess of physics sending the guards flying. In doing this, however, you then have to be careful when traversing the bridge yourself that you don't fall off. In this 5-minute sequence in a small environment super early in the game, you've already been afforded a wealth of tense situations and gameplay possibilities, allowing you to experiment with and exploit different systems to see how the AI would react and how you could take advantage of those outcomes. It ends up producing a little self-contained story that could end up slightly different for every player, even if the objective always remained the same. On top of all that though, through one simple gesture, having Snake mischievously smirk as he clocks the beehive, the game is flat out telling you to get wacky with it. Snake may be a gruff son of a bitch, but he isn't above messing about with his prey a bit. It's the same when he discovers the oil drum in 4. It might be humming of shite, but Snake isn't going to pass up an opportunity to roll into guards until he literally throws up. And the game gives you a long stretch of road to test that out on. I'm willing to bet very few people actually used the oil drum outside of that scenario. It's clunky, it causes a lot of noise, etc., but the fact it was in there says so much about the character as well as the design of that game. It's not restrictively linear, it's just focused. It wants you to mess around and have fun in the same way Snake wants to. In the Phantom Pain, however, there was a constant desire to mess around with more strategies than the game seemingly wanted me to. Every time I decided to go off-piste, throwing soldiers off of cliffs or blocking the road with my C4-riddled horse, surprising passers-by with an equine bomb, I always had that subtle tinge that I wasn't playing the game right. Older games were full of varied situations similar to the examples I mentioned. By comparison, and for all that its design attempts to put the player in control of the entire experience, the Phantom Pain sadly ends up feeling like the most restrictive Metal Gear Solid game to date. So I hope you enjoyed my first or third piece on the Phantom Pain. Like I say, the story analysis will be coming very soon, and oh boy, there's some stuff to talk about there. If you did enjoy the video, then why not hit subscribe or click the little bell thingy to see that video when it gets uploaded, and why not check out the podcast in the description. If you'd like to go the extra mile, however, you can support the show directly via Patreon. This has been one of the trickiest and most time-consuming pieces I've ever done for the channel, but thanks to your generous pledges, I've been able to give it that time, and for that I really cannot thank you enough. In particular, I'd like to thank Mark B. Writing, Artyom Vitsyuk, Spike Jones, Vasily Hrabinka, Travis Bennett, Julian McGroth, Zach Casserly, Leonardo Paley, Samuel Pickens, Tom Nash, Shardfire, Philip Lange, Rob, Rusty Shackelford, Danny James, Mosh, Anna Pimentel, Gang Leader, Jesse Ryan, Brandon Robinson, Diego Foxobuza, Justin's Holderness, Biggie Smith, Peter, Christian Kuhneman, Nico Blakely, Camel Traffic, and I'm super sorry for missing you out on that last video, please forgive me, Nicholas Ross, and Charlie Yang. And with that, I'm Hamish Black, and this has been Writing on Games. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Hi, I'm Hamish Black, and welcome to Writing on Games. Metal Gear stories have always left people asking questions. It's basically common knowledge at this stage that with their labyrinthine plots drawing from decades of lore, layered characters, links between various organizations both real and fictional, all topped off with a penchant for the supernatural, that you won't have a full grasp of a Metal Gear Solid game your first time playing it. What is also understood, however, is that with enough time, repeat playthroughs, and research, you can begin to wrap your head around these narratives and the bigger questions they ask of you, no matter how convoluted their actual plots may initially seem. Metal Gear Solid had players questioning what it meant to attach one's sense of worth to their lineage, how to define one's own path in life when our destinies are seemingly written in our genes. Sons of Liberty took this in a more meta direction, forcing players to consider more nebulous mimetic qualities, the things that turn our flesh and bones, or in this case pixels, into what we know as the human. Snake Eater and Peace Walker, even with their slightly more grounded spy thriller narratives, still had players asking, what do we mean by loyalty, patriotism? Again, what does it mean to take hold of your own destiny when there are seemingly all these forces at play out with your control? These are complex questions on the nature of existence that don't have simple answers. By comparison, however, as I dove further into my recent playthrough of Metal Gear Solid 5, the only questions I found myself asking were, why doesn't Quiet just write something down to avoid being tortured? Why does she not just ask Code Talker to translate considering they share a common tongue? Why is Code Talker here? How do the vocal parasites deal with languages that share words? How do they differentiate between someone saying no in English and no in Spanish and no in Italian?
Why am I still playing this game?
All of this is to say that while my last video on the Phantom Pain's gameplay systems proved somewhat divisive, I don't think I'm making a particularly controversial statement when I say that the story in Metal Gear Solid 5 is severely lacking. Even if the story wasn't so visibly unfinished, you have major plot holes, contextless missions, and dramatic missteps in characterization, hindering what is, by franchise standards, a remarkably dull series of events, all in service of a twist that, while it had potential, doesn't tell us much that we didn't already know. For a game set to conclude a franchise that arguably helped establish games as a storytelling medium, for all the promises that were made as to how this game would fill in the missing link of the series, how Big Boss supposedly became the big baddie, it really served to do none of that, acting as the least interesting way to tell a story that didn't need to be told. Perhaps the most important problems the story faces, however, where all the other problems stem from, are structural. Much like the Phantom Pain's mechanics attempt to heighten player expression through a more open design, its story seems to want to do something similar, placing emphasis on emergent, player-driven narratives within gameplay, rather than the linear, overarching yarns that became a staple of older titles. As opposed to having one main mission from which the wild, brain-melting drama ensues, the Phantom Pain tries to focus each smaller mission as something of a vignette, as evidenced by the credits that begin and end every sortie. Gone are the codec calls of past games, those moments where you would be pulled out of the action to watch a mostly static screen with talking heads expositing at one another. You know, those moments that said, yeah, we have more story to tell, sure, but we're not gonna animate cutscenes for every single narrative beat. In their place, we find cassette tapes dumped on you at the end of missions, functionally similar to the codec, but you choose to listen to them as and when you like, or if you feel like, totally ignore them throughout your entire playthrough. Given that Kojima has faced extensive criticism over the years for his reliance on overwritten dialogue and lengthy non-interactive cutscenes, these moves towards a more open, player-driven style of storytelling make sense on paper at least. In practice, however, they serve as testament to the fact that there's a reason game stories tend to be told linearly. It feels like the Phantom Pain can't tell what it really wants to be. The methods of storytelling favoured here come at the direct cost of the overarching narrative the game is still trying to tell, resulting in an unstructured, unfocused mess. In much the same way the gameplay has you micromanaging Mother Base and elements of Snake's character outside of main missions, the Phantom Pain sees Snake's attention being drawn in multiple different directions at once. The team's desire to get revenge on those responsible for the attack on Mother Base 9 years prior is intercut with the day-to-day running of Diamond Dogs. Snake is trying to find out exactly who was responsible for the attack, doing jobs for various clients to build the profile of his oil rig without a nation, he's rescuing child soldiers, he's trying to thwart vocal parasites that threaten to eradicate the English language, he's having to manage outbreaks of said parasites on his base, he's trying to weed out Cypher spies from the ranks, he's trying to stop nuclear weapons. In short, like the players, Snake is doing a bit of everything. And when you have to account for all of these plates spinning at once, while also juggling the possibility that players might have chosen to ignore the myriad of tapes dumped on them, and therefore any means of contextualizing these events, it becomes immensely difficult as a writer to focus that narrative. In previous games, things like linearly placed codec calls provided that focus, but it wasn't like those older games were always easily understood or even free from plot holes. I mean, this is the series that created a meme out of nanomachines. Even at their most straight ahead, you still had 60s spy thriller tropes running up against supernatural anime nonsense, with talk of the philosophers and immortal beings and patriotism and bees and the like. But the way those stories were told allowed Kojima to direct your focus towards one specific thing at any given time. You had one mission, whether it be establishing the enemy's nuclear strike capability, rescuing the president, killing your mentor, etc. Events would spiral from there, but thanks to things like codec conversations to provide context, there existed a traceable logic to the way events played out. Character motivations and overarching themes were clearly established. Smaller subplots emerging as a result of the main plot would contribute to the larger themes of that plot. Generally, things made some kind of sense. The open-ended, less structured nature of the Phantom Pain, on the other hand, makes it difficult to pin down what exactly the main theme or even the main plot is here. Is it the revenge plot against Skullface? Is it the vocal parasites? Is it the story of Quiet struggling with her conflicting feelings towards Snake? I mean, that story arc concludes with one of 3 separate credit sequences suggesting a particular kind of importance. What about the main themes? Is it the dangers of nuclear warfare? Language? The cyclical nature of revenge? That using child soldiers is bad? We don't know because the game's story isn't coherently told. These aren't questions on the nature of existence or whatever. It's trying to figure out on a basic level what it is this game is trying to say. Let me give you an example of this in practice. Metal Gear Solid is a game that managed to get you feeling all kinds of things about a cyborg ninja that appeared seemingly out of nowhere, using carefully placed codec conversations to eke out the details of said ninja's relationship with every character as soon as Snake realizes it's Grey Fox. Over the course of the game, you get hints of his tragic backstory, as well as Naomi's, contextualizing both his presence and Naomi's thirst for revenge, all building up to an immensely poignant conclusion. A mixture of anger, sadness, confusion, regret, as well as catharsis. We witness a character with a true arc, attempting to atone for his past actions even if it requires him to pay the ultimate price. And what's more, this encounter further energizes Snake to finish the fight. It's a neatly paced little story that ends up bolstering the larger plot rather than distracting from it. It's the micro seamlessly defining the macro. Now imagine if that arc had played out in the style of the Phantom Pain. You would receive a side op called Investigate Ninja or something daft like that. Fox would approach a silent, expressionless
Snake
very slowly, with a brief flash revealing someone's face, before cutting back to Snake, still silent and expressionless. He'd then get to the fight with Rex, only for it to stop halfway through as that ninja from before jumped in out of nowhere and got killed. Maybe Snake would say no as a ninja we don't know gave a speech. Then the battle would proceed as normal. You'd likely think, wait, what? Who the hell was that? Before realizing that all the necessary context was inelegantly buried in there somewhere, forcing you to comb through lists of Mei Ling proverbs and Nastasha Romanenko telling you about the Nikita missile launcher to get to Grey Fox's origins number 8 and scroll down to Naomi Hunter's reasoning number 4 or who that ninja was number 9 or whatever. You might say, well, the important tapes are highlighted yellow, so they're easy to distinguish from the more optional information. To that I would say, why not just automatically play them during missions as you spend minutes at a time running from place to place, as opposed to having me navigate these lists to decide which ones were worth sticking on for a punt. You constantly have Ocelot chiming in over the story tapes, by the way, about plants you're picking up or telling you about enemy gunships. Why not have him provide you with the context for the mission you're actually on? Otherwise, for a great deal of the missions in the game, you have Kaz tell you, a client asked us to do this in the helicopter, followed by a near static screen at the end of a mission telling you why that person you rescued will be useful on Mother Base or something. Also though, some plot holes like the ones I mentioned at the start aren't acknowledged in the yellow tapes. If you go to the vocal cord parasite's learning ability within vocal cord parasites number 3, you can hear Code Talker discuss the problems of different dialects within the same language, for example, but it's displayed as if it were merely supplemental, as opposed to a necessary question this pretty significant plot point demands. And even then, the tape doesn't clear up the problem per se, it just kind of mentions it, saying, oh yeah, the eggs can listen to their host to pick up dialects, and also they aren't perfect, I guess, and you can't blame me for that. It's quiet breathe through her skin levels of daft. Kojima is that kid who throws a tantrum in a game of tag saying, that didn't count because I had an invisible force field the entire time. Kojima has been known to retcon previous events in older games to further expand on those events in later titles. This is seemingly the first time he's had to re-examine events within the same game in order to have basic plot points make even the remotest bit of sense. And then there's Chapter 2. I stated in my first video that despite its reuse of older missions, this section ended up being some of the most fun I had in my second playthrough, due to the fresh challenges imposed on you. In a storytelling sense, however, it feels weird to even call it a chapter. If this were a book, it would have you reading old sections again almost verbatim before giving you a smidgen of new information that really wasn't worth the effort it took to get there. Narratively, these missions aren't recontextualized even slightly. You get told by Kaz that some new jobs came in before somehow transporting yourself back to the helicopter ride with Code Talker, who you've just met for the first time, so that you can crash again and get back into the Skulls fight for no reason. The workarounds here wouldn't have had to be world-alteringly complex. For a mission like C2W where you're destroying communications arrays, just have Kaz say, hey, remember those dishes you destroyed? They rebuilt them, go get them again. Peace Walker did that exact thing in order to justify you returning to previous environments. Why not here? Either that, or maybe pick less story-specific missions to replay, because God knows there's a whole lot of main ops that don't matter one jot to the overarching narrative. Chapter 2 would have always angered fans looking for all new content regardless, but it would have at the very least made some amount of sense. Instead, we have a scenario that seems to line up with the stories of the game's production. Namely, that the resources needed to produce all new content or sufficiently recontextualize older missions ran out long before the game could be considered finished. Seriously, to say the Phantom Pain is a disjointed, marked step down from the quality of other games would be an understatement. Remember those incredible story trailers shown prior to the game's release? Not only do they show the majority of the game's few noteworthy cutscenes, they also evoke a feeling that the events portrayed share a deeper connection, contribute to a more coherent narrative than they actually do. Snake walking through the tunnel is to do with an outbreak of vocal parasites on the base. A wounded Quiet being carried away is because she tried to retrieve one of the kids' necklaces. Snake appearing to shoot the kids is part of a completely unrelated client job. Paz's appearance is a hallucination. The soldiers fighting triggers when you run out of GMP on a mission. Perhaps ironically, for the series' least complex narrative to date, it also lacks any rhyme or reason. As a result of this non-linear style of storytelling in which necessary context is buried under hours of what essentially acts as an encyclopedia, things just kind of happen in the Phantom Pain. You'll hear brief mention of some sniper, for example, before almost immediately fighting Quiet, then take her back to the base where after a certain amount of time she'll fight for you. Or you'll complete a main op, then get told to head back to base to see Eli be a dick for a bit, before heading back out into the field to select another item from the checklist. Or, at a seemingly arbitrary point in the story, you'll be told exactly where Skullface is so you can deal with him before returning and having things just carry on. In Kojima's attempts to ground the narrative so he could more believably tackle darker themes, he just ends up drawing further attention to the kind of uncanny weirdness that still exists in the game, while also removing any self-aware humour or spectacle from proceedings that would in part help justify it. Nothing ever reaches the explosive heights of Vamp fighting Raiden in 4, or when Solidus takes on multiple Rays in 2. Things plod along very slowly and not much is said. Every scene in older games was given enough context, was enough of a spectacle that suspending your disbelief was easy. You focused on the bigger picture. Here, the more realistic approach just makes the less realistic elements stick out like a sore thumb, and as a result, your focus is drawn to the ways in which these elements don't work. At the end of the day, as much as the game wishes to emphasize player expression to get you telling stories of your capers from the field, even if you do choose to go against the game's dominant strategy and utilize every tool at your disposal, your story can only ever really amount to a successful stealth encounter, or a series of explosions and gunshots, no matter how carefully you plan them. What previous games allowed for, through careful pacing and authorial structuring, was for these explosions and gunshots to truly mean something. The fish and mailed scene in Sons of Liberty takes you entirely by surprise because it completely subverts the expectations the game has set up for you up to that point. What was once a game that rewarded stealth and cleanliness suddenly turns into an absolute bloodbath, illustrating your character's transformation from Raiden to Jack the Ripper, as well as foregrounding the interface to remind you that as a player, you are merely part of a construct. This careful crafting allowed for an action-packed scene that also tells you a lot about the character and the nature of player control. It's moments like this that have so drawn people to the series over the years. There's method to that madness, no matter how inelegant Kojima's writing may seem at times. But it doesn't even have to be as complicated as that. As I mentioned in the last video, little moments like Snake looking at the beehive in 3 or the oil drum in 4 and cracking a wry smirk tell you so much about the character. He's not incapable of having fun with his prey, despite how grim the surrounding situation may seem. He's not some gruff, silent type. He has his moments, but he also has his moments where he can laugh, love, and pontificate on the nature of existence. He has all the weird, conflicting traits of a human being, just like all the other cast members. Otacon with his passion for anime and penchant for falling in love with people he really shouldn't be falling in love with, or Meryl's feelings for Snake and her familial connection to the Colonel, conflicting with her desire to be respected as a soldier. These characters deal with emotions outside of the conflict. They are more than what the mission demands from them. By comparison, Metal Gear Solid 5's characters are one note at best and wildly inconsistent at worst, leading to a scenario where you're spending a whole bunch of hours watching some assholes on an oil rig do some uninteresting things. Where Snake could communicate a surprising amount with as little as a smirk in the older games, Snake here doesn't really say or do anything. What's that? You're on a car ride with the man who destroyed your base and sent you into a coma for 9 years? Silence, blank expression. You're running away from a giant mech or being approached by a goddamn man on fire? Silence, blank expression. You've been forced to kill your own men in one of the few emotionally complicated scenes in the game, shooting down the troops you've recruited throughout your playtime as you slowly realize none of these people can be rescued, and what's more, they know and accept this despite the parasites screaming at them to do otherwise. Some stilted dialogue, but you know your boy's got that blank expression on lock. And don't get me wrong here, Snake has his reasons for being aloof, namely that he's not actually the legend we thought we were inhabiting, which we'll get onto soon. Given how much of this game is visibly unfinished, however, when you're spending an entire game watching scenes play out that really should warrant some kind of response, a facial twitch, anything, and Snake just stares blankly, it's hard not to speculate that Snake's character was yet another casualty of limited resources. Or rather, I would say that was the case if it weren't for the fact that poor characterization seemingly occurs across the board. Quiet frolicking with Snake in the rain holds none of the charm of Solid Snake and Meryl's relationship, or the obvious sexual tension between Big Boss and Eva, because it feels entirely unearned. Why does Quiet feel the way she does about Snake? Because he didn't kill her? Because he took her out on a few missions and built the bond level? He still bore witness to Big Boss setting her on fire and Ocelot and Kaz torturing her. He still oversaw her imprisonment, which itself makes very little sense given her ability to seemingly magic her way out of handcuffs and the like, and we're just supposed to believe there's some budding romance there between the two? Those scenarios in previous games were built up over the course of multiple hours. Like seemingly every other event in the Phantom Pain, Quiet and Snake just seems to happen. On top of that, much like the Code Talker vocal parasite debacle, her reason for not just communicating through other methods is relegated to the tapes, and the grand reveal is, Ocelot doesn't know. As he puts it, maybe she's just stubborn. Kaz, for all that his performance from Robin Downs is respectable given what the dude was working with, is entirely driven by revenge to the point that his bitterness makes him entirely unlikable. He just serves as a reminder to do your job. He'll preach about the need to protect child soldiers at all costs, while also hating and kind of being a dick to those child soldiers at the same time. Code Talker exists to attempt to explain away the plot holes caused by the daft vocal parasite narrative and not much else. He's brought in a few missions from the end of Chapter 1, and then in Chapter 2 seems to do very little.